And we're live. Hello. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to Modular Day, the 7th edition. This one is going to be an online version. Like, unfortunately, we cannot gather here all of our friends, but we managed to lure a good friend like Robin Vincent. Hello, Vincent. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing well, thank you. Very happy to be here. Thanks so much for inviting me on.
Okay.
Looking forward to a fun-packed evening.
Yeah, packed indeed, packed indeed. We're going to try to make it as fun as possible. Let's see. So yeah, just to give people on the live chat. By the way, hello everyone. Uh, a little bit of introduction. What's ahead of us? So it's gonna be Robin and me trying to make things smooth. Trying. We are gonna have a few presentations from Barcelona-based manufacturers. We are gonna have a few live acts. You have on the video description, you have more or less the rough timings of them all. We are going to try to make them happen. Yeah, we're going to start with Endorphins. We will have then Angry Kittens live. We're going to have Panda, Puntalaberinto live. Then it's going to be a Befaco plus Rebel Technology presentation, Yower, then Transient Modules, and then a couple of super powerful techno gigs, and yeah, and then it's gonna be midnight. So, so we'll see. So yeah, how many people is on the chat? We have okay, quite a few good friends here. Hello everybody. Hey, hey, hey. Se oye muy bajo. Se oye muy bajo. Seems that we're a little. Can you also talk a little bit? And we
Who,
sing?
me?
Yeah. Maybe
Yes, oh,
it's
I can talk.
both of us. Maybe. I don't know if it's you or me. Okay, guys, it's better. Oh, the other stream, the stream. Okay. Okay, saludos en castellano desde Sudamérica. Hello, everyone. Okay, so yeah, what do you think about the program we have for today? Robin, have you checked what we have ahead?
Yes, not as deeply as I'd like. I'd like to say, oh, yes, I'm really very well prepared for this evening. But no, I'm looking forward to being sort of dazzled and surprised and finding out a bit more about the vibe that's there in Spain, in España.
Yeah.
I mean, you have some quite key players there, don't you?
Yeah.
How did you manage to pull all that together?
Violence, basically violence.
Yeah. But you all hang out together at Super Booth, don't you? I believe, normally speaking.
Yeah, well, we have been gathering here in Angar. We are currently located in Angar, an artistic production center in Barcelona, for 10 years, and we had an open day. So people were coming just to check what's this nonsense of Eurorack. And some musicians ended up here and they didn't realize that that was a trap. And they're still here, which is good. So yeah, today we have a selection of local players. Unfortunately, we had big plans for this year's edition, bringing some people from the States. We wanted Ali the architect to come. We usually bring some other international players and also all the European manufacturers. It's the vibe. It's quite nice. We love to do paellas and barbecues and to have like a very chilled. So this.
Well, that sounds brilliant.
It is indeed. It is. So we're trying to do the same, but it's only us. No, we were having this joke. So it's like, okay, we're gonna do Modular Day with Barcelona people, with us. We are be playing, presenting. So I mean, it's a way of sharing with the people what we do, no? But it feels weird not to have everyone here.
No, I'm sure. But it's technology has enabled us to do such incredible things, to be
Indeed.
together like this, to connect like this, and to then broadcast that to the world is quite extraordinary. I mean, even for technical people like ourselves, it's quite extraordinary that we can pull this off.
Yeah. I've been following a lot of live streams during all these months of non-normal life. And it's amazing the things that people manage to do, the super booth coverage yourself. You have been doing live streams monthly or more, twice, 3 times a month, like.
Yeah, Well, I mean, it was kind of a baptism by fire. I think when I was first thinking of doing it, I was trying to put together a little roster of people, and I was trying to work out the technology, and I got in touch with Simon the Magpie, and said to him, would you like to do a stream? And he says, yeah. And I said, well, when do you fancy? Like sometime next week? He says, well, how about now? And I went, oh, and I hadn't. It's like I don't have any clue how to make any of this stuff work. So I kind of spent half an hour throwing everything together, and that was my first stream. And in some ways, that was good because I just had to do it as opposed to messing about, fiddling around, trying to get all sorts of clever things to work. When all you really need to do, you just need to press the button and make it happen, and go from there. And so anything after that point was easy, really.
Okay. Yeah. We have I had this similar experience. I was seeing this live stream that you mentioned, and it was quite inspiring seeing two blokes just chatting, scenes and getting philosophical and drinking. I mean, it's basically what I was doing. Basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
but you can't get better than that, can you? It's kind of like being down the pub, but of course, one can't be down the pub.
Yeah,
but you're down the pub, but you're also eavesdropping on the person's conversation next to you. That's somehow even more interesting.
Yeah, and making questions and saying, hey, I want to point out something. For us, this event now it got a little bit out of hand. Because we wanted to do a live stream, and suddenly we have here a setup with 4 HD cameras and 4 tables full of live sets, and it's mayhem.
Yes.
But I'm sure it's going to be good.
Well, I'm impressed by the amount of money you've invested in the backdrop behind you just to make it look special.
Yeah. Sorry, because there is telling us that there is like feedback around 1.5 kilohertz, maybe.
There's a little bit of hum. It's not too bad at my end, but I don't know what it's like on the stream.
Yeah, se escucha bien, but yeah, we're getting rid of that. See, the technical things. So
if only we knew some people who knew anything about sound.
Yeah, but right now we are not only dealing with sound. It's like a TV station. So it's like another monitor here and 2 computers and this video mixer and suddenly this is not modular scenes anymore. It's like TV.
No, but it's all part of the game, isn't it? I mean, you design the modules, you build the modules, you solder the things, you put them in the boxes and send them out, and you have to manage the live stream, man the cameras, sort out the sound. It's extraordinary what we ask of ourselves.
I think that we will get bored because and it's like throwing yourself to a pit of wolves to check if you are able to fight against 5 wolves. So yeah, it's okay, let's do this. Have you ever done it? No. Let's find out. And yeah, it's interesting. So what time is it? So I think that we are like 5 minutes from the first presentation. Let's talk about the first person that it's gonna take over the stage. So it's gonna be our first manufacturer presentation. I think that you know them. You recently got one of their Queen of Pentacles from Endorphins.
I did, yes. Endorphins is, although I've only just somebody pointed out to me very recently that it's not endorphin, it's endorphins, because the .es for your local URL thing is part of their name, and anyway, it doesn't matter.
It's plural.
But yes, I mean, there've been a company whose modules I found quite scary, I have to say. I mean, there's, on the one hand, there's bright colours in often things, which I mean, I'm good. I like bright colours, but I don't necessarily. Lots of them are big, and I'm not entirely sure what they do, and so there's kind of a level of mystery. I think it's perhaps deliberately built into their aesthetic, which has made me sort of look at it and go, I don't really know. But then the Black Noir came along, and I looked at that for a while going, yeah, because I mean, I've spoken to you about this before, when I got the Perkle, I've been looking to build a drum section. And so something like the Black Noir, I thought, yeah, that could be it, because that's a whole bunch of drum sounds all in one, and it's got their same strangeness about it, which I quite like, as well as looking deeper than I could see on the surface. But I ummed and ahed about it. I wasn't very sure, and I kind of let it go, if you know what I mean. Then the Queen of Pentacles came along, and it combined some analog stuff with some sample stuff, and I'm just thinking, well, maybe this could be the one, because even if it gives me the opportunity perhaps to explore putting some of my own sounds in there, similar sort of interface, similar sort of thing. And so I kind of jumped on it as soon as I saw it. You don't want to think about these things too much. That's the problem. I overthought Black Noir. That was the problem with that. And so with this one, I jumped on it. I've had a really good play with it. I haven't opened the manual yet or got anything deep with it, but it's been immensely enjoyable. It's been really lovely. So I'm interested to learn what it is I'm not doing yet.
Yep.
Because I haven't done anything much but the surface sort of knobs. So interesting company. Like I say, stuff that I can't quite seem to get my head into, but always look amazing.
Yeah, I think that there is an intention there. Okay, so if you don't mind, let's leave the stage to Andreas. Let's have him show us his demo, his new models, and then we will have the chance to chat to him for a while, and then maybe gather some questions from the chat. Please, during the presentations, gig, whatever, please drop us all the questions you have on the chat, and we will gather them and try to pass the questions to the artists and to the manufacturers. Okay, so let's go for it. This is Andreas from Endorphins.
Hello, my name is Andreas. I am designer of Endorphins, and I'm here in Hangar with Manu, with all the Befaco crew, and thank you for inviting me. And I'm introducing Endorphins, and I would want to present and make a short presentation of the products that we recently introduced and we recently released. That basically the Queen of Pentacles and the running order trigger sequencer. There is some more modules, the sequencer that we are working on and we are going to release soon. But basically, I'm just going to make you the small introduction about the modules. I will just make like small, step-by-step patching. And I'm ready to answer your questions. And hello, Robin, in the chat. Hello, Robin. It's a pleasure to talk to you. So let's start. Basically, so you probably all know the Queen of Pentacles already because there were lots of reviews, and the module is like 7 drum voices synthesizer. There are 3 voices are analog, and 4 voices are sample based. So let's just go step by step patching, and I was like trying to make some small introduction and just give you the overview, because we just have like 10-15 minutes time here. So we have different like voices, and the voices, some voices are analog. The voices like bass drum, snare, and clap, they are analog based. They are inspired by 909 sounds, and they, of course, like we tweak the sounds to match, like to make them sounding like modern, up to date electronic music scene sounds. After like many years after the original one, of course, and of course we like tweak them plenty of, and of course we just what was the important things that we did custom our own own noise generator, the LSFR noise generator for each of the drum voices separately. So there is like the bass drums, the snare, and the claps. They have different voice generators, noise generators inside. And there are like 4 sample-based sounds. All the rest, the voices are sample-based. And we worked with a famous musician, famous Berlin-based musician Nicola Bugayev. We work with Nicola since recent like 4 or 5 years, and he's the co-founder of Lemur app for iOS and for Android. And we know each other for a very long time, and I think like energetically we were so close and we are like understanding each other. So he was making the sound bank, the factory sound bank for the samples of the module, and basically there we have like eight sound banks. Each sound bank has four voices each, and to make you the overview of the module is like, let's get in like a bit like deeper, or let's make it very simple bits, or let's try it out. So we have the drum, the bass drum, and let's make it like in a way, and I'm adding some clap, and I will just program some clap, and for example 4. And for the bit, so for the voices, we have the noise generator. The noise generator is just individual for each of the voices, and you can also adjust their sample rate of the noise generator. And for the bass drum we have the decay control. We have the decay control shared for the snare drum and for the clap. And for this for each sample we have their shared control, which sets their the decay or the pitch of the sample. So the samples can be any sample rate, and they can be 8 or 16 bits in the bitrate resolution. And basically in all together, all the samples all together with the bass drum and so on, it creates like a kit. And Nicola did eight banks of samples that play all together very nicely and create factory sound bank. So it's like it opens you the world of possibilities, starting from the hi-hats and cymbals that we sampled. They were like custom-based sampled with the Panda 602 samples that we sampled by our own. And afterwards, Nicola added his own samples. So that basically all the samples, they gives you the feeling of probably the modern electronic dance music, that basically what kind of the music that right now is what is vibing right now. So it's probably was very like a fresh idea, to just like to breathe a fresh idea to the kind of like inspired the circuits by from the past. So let's start. Like we have like very simple patch with the bass drum and the clap, and I would just adjust and add in some samples. So for example, I'm just changing the bank. 1 second. And I have that sample 4, sample 1. I have it here, so I'm just make some sequence, and that's. So here I'm just trying to trigger just with the sequencer, like my analog voices and some sample-based ones. Let's just add a few more, and I think it's logically here to switch further, because we have the new module, also another module. It's called the running order. We released it like 1 or 2 weeks ago, and the module does like it's just a 2-trigger subsequencer, which is considered to be like the subsequencer to the main sequencer, and giving you that kind of animation of your small trigger lines. And for example, it can give you the like advanced animation. It could be like the hi-hats animation, or it could be also like the tom sequence animation or something. So it's just you have the line of your some of your sounds in the mix, and you can animate it with the CVs. There are some kind of Euclidean rhythms on the board. There are SH101 type of inputs of the trigger sequences, which is kind of, I think it's pretty new into the drum programming, but at some point it's pretty interesting because you can instantly program polymetrical patterns in a very easy, intuitive way with very less controls, just having the 2 buttons and just record. And it's not like, so you just see the same trigger sequences just from another perspective. So I'm just like patching, let's say, so the running order is basically 2 trigger sequencer. We have the 2 buttons. The buttons act as a mute, so you can on or off. And you can also apply the external trigger, external clock, so which is just like applying it from our upcoming ground control sequencer, just like trigger clock, which goes like in the 16 notes. And I mean, just like, let's do it from any of the voices as well, so it would be kind of easier. So it's like the 8 one, and I'm just... So applying external clock, it also, you can just use the dividers, different dividers in a musical way. So you can do the triplets. You can divide the clock or multiply clock by like 3/4, like one second. So it's like everything, but everything goes tightly in the grid with your musical divisions. So you're still being like on the grid, but you are still kind of dividing or multiplying your incoming clocks. So you can you can create more variety of patterns. The external clock stops, the module stops, external clock goes, module continues to go. So it gives you like the full power of mangling the triggers on your own. So it becomes pretty easy. And of course, it has a tuplets mode. Tuplets mode, we also work right now with Nicola about the also advanced improvement of the firmware, because the firmware is can be updated with the audio, and recent works of Nicola, and basically the signature sound of Nicola is kind of using different measures of the clock into his sounds. It can be listened into his recent album. And it's also was also inspired, also part of the inspiration, because we inspiring from friends, from music we hear, from anything. So, and it was also like the tuplets was also inspired from that piece, because in that case the tuplets is basically you can stretch their trigger sequences, or not like burst generators, but it's like trigger sequences that always repeat, and you can stretch them to fit into the bar, and you can just stretch it to fit in the bar with a CV, and depending on the amount of times you stretch, like 2-3 times or 3x4, you can apply the divider, and you can get instant, very interesting trigger divider combinations that kind of will still be musical, and the most important thing, they will be still sound hypnotical, because it's kind of important for modern electronic dance music. When still being on the grid and creating the grooves and the patterns on the fly with the CV animating, and so on and so on and so on. So here in the system I have here is basically it consists with the 4 modules. The first one is the Queen of Pentacles, another one is the running order. That 2 modules we released just recently. So you can see all the reviews, you can follow us and check our channel and other people introductions for the module for deep functions, so you can ask the questions in the chat. And afterwards I have here the Airstreamer. Airstreamer is just like our envelope generator. It's improved envelope generator after the grand terminal based on the new processor, and I use it only as a modulation source, like LFOs and so on, just to show the more running order features. And afterwards, in the end, we have the ground control. The ground control is a sequencer that we introduced like 1.5 years ago. It is, we are finishing their features, the final features that we wanted to implement to the sequencer. It was a long way to implement that module, and if it was kind of it's not a trivial task to make such kind of a complex module. It was one of the most complex things that we ever implement it. And well, if you see other manufacturers, everyone who is making the sequencer is really like crossing the whole circles of the hell. And I hope we are on the last ones. Anyway, thank you for watching. And I'm here with the Manu and with the Robin. And I think it would be good to talk afterwards. Ask your questions in the chat. Just ask anything.
Okay. Okay. So here we are. Wait, I need to remove the chat.
Hello, Robin.
Hello, how you doing?
Fine, how are you?
Good, good. That was very interesting. Very interesting. As I was saying to Manu, I've admired your modules from afar. I think they're fascinating and interesting. I love the aesthetic and the vibe you have. There's like an artistic disorder to them. Nothing goes in a straight line. Everything is being bent somewhere else. It seems to find their way. Yeah, there's a lot of curves. There's a lot of curves and things. That's not going that way. This is going over here. So, and I enjoy that kind of disorder, but it also makes them quite. Oh, I'm not entirely sure whether I'm brave enough or awesome enough to tackle those sorts of modules. But I have, yes, I've made the leap. I've made the leap into Queen of Pentacles, and it's very exciting. I don't think I've scratched the surface yet, but it's very exciting.
Thank you so much. Anyway, so I mean, that was like, you know, the Queen of Pentacles development started like past Christmas, and I was having with ideas, with all that kind of schematics, and we started to work on the sample player. The sample player, because the idea was the sample player should, I mean, like, you know, when starting the new module, the technical specifications, they arrive first, and sometimes they just need many time to implement. And I think until the spring of that year, we finished the sample player. The sample player was like the very precise player of the samples, just triggering the samples, created like instant effect. That was, of course, not a trivial task, like most of the tasks that we come up to. But anyway, so that was, I thank you so much. But in the end, just afterwards, we had all that like lockdown and so on, but the development continued. And I mean, it was kind of everything came up naturally. And I'm really glad that you like the Queen of Pentacles. And if you ever came up with some kind of interesting ideas, or maybe if you want to release your sound bank, we will soon open the page on our website with custom third-party sound banks with other artist sound banks. There will be a few more artists, and if you just like, if you have your own samples that you are ready to share with the world, just feel free, and it would be an honor to have your ones. Yeah.
Oh well, you're very kind. I mean, that would be great. I mean, funnily enough, one of the things that I like very much in percussion is brushes and hot rod type sticks that give a certain sound, particularly on ride cymbals, particularly on snare. And I'm not talking about the sweeps. I'm talking about being hit. I like the sound of brushes hitting percussion. So that's in my thinking so far is the sample pack that I'm going to come up with. The other thing, I suppose, that in just because like I say, I've played with it and enjoyed it. I haven't got under the hood particularly yet. But in the sample banks, the other thing I'll probably do is pick out the samples that I like and leave the first two as hi-hats on every bank, if you know what I mean. Because it's like you lose the hi-hats as soon as you go to another bank of samples. You get something else, but you know, I need to, if you like, I need to. Well, I mean, that's the great thing about having the SD card in the back, is that you can tailor it to exactly what you want and take out the bits that you like and change it for the bits, you know, for other bits that you want to do. I mean, that I think is part of the fun. But yeah, coming up with a sample bank, oh, that's got me thinking.
Well, you know, it was like a kind of like funny story because, you know, we are like with, so Nicola, he did a factory sound bank, and of course right now we'll add lots of sound banks, we'll put them all online so people can download it, and you know that samples are just like, you know, WAV files, you can freely upload them into the SD and trigger them as usual. And I was speaking with Nicola because during the development he was releasing his album, and there was a kind of delay in the summer with the release of the sound bank, and I was like kind of pushing, and we were like talking, but we were on the same page, and I exactly was knowing what to expect from him, and it was like kind of the idea that at some point he made the factory sound bank, like samples different sound banks in different folders, and I was going through them one by one. I had the sequence on my sequencer, and I was sequencing them like, you know, in the same way, like the hi-hat, the open closed right symbol. And the thing is, I was like analyzing the samples that he made, and I said, okay, I see that you have kind of, each band has kind of like a brush or like an open hi-hat. Another sample has kind of like a closed hi-hat, so the two sounds combined together gives you the movement of the rhythm, and afterwards there is kind of like a bongo or like conga or tom sound that gives you like kind of the another movement in a way, like percussion, and afterwards there is some kind of a fill. So the fill is kind of like a Atmo effect. So it's like, you know, like in the sample libraries it's called Atmo usually, which is kind of a good name of their samples. So just triggering all the sounds at once gives you like a proper feeling of kind of music, you know, just like the whole track in a way, and it's at some point. And at some point I was starting to analyze, and I asked, can you just please replace all the samples in their own places? So we have the hi-hat only on the first position and the second, and we have the open hi-hat or like the toms only on the position 3, and the Atmo we have only on the last position. So, and once we started to make it, it was every bank I was switching, it was almost reminding the same bank, because even the samples were completely different, but it was kind of like phenomenon that it was like, I was, okay, the samples are just the same because the tom just different, but in a way it just sounds super boring. But before all the samples, they were kind of like in a musical way or just random things. They were like randomly distributed through the banks. Of course, each bank has own character, like, you know, like like a track or like a kind of piece of their stem file from the recording or live recording, because there is a free of if the artist want to do something, it's just like up to the artist. And we decided just like, okay, let's leave it as is, because in such kind of random distribution of the samples, just here is the magic. So you just switch there, you just have the same sequence and you just play it and you just like switch it over to the next bank, and each bank has own world. It's like another mood completely, which is like triggered almost like in different sequences. So it was a kind of a fun fact just to mention, but it's just want to share in the chat. No one knows it right now, everyone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, that's fascinating, and that makes a lot of sense now that you've explained that. Then that does make sense, because that is what it's like. You go to another bank and it's like, oh, I've lost what it was that I was doing, but there's something else going on. And I think now I can approach it slightly differently. Also, I mean, I've been combining it with the Percle as well, and the Percle was particularly good. The Befaco Percle was particularly good at creating those kinds of hi-hat feels with a bit of noise and a decay trigger to make the open thing. So in some ways that side is being taken care of a little bit. So I'm now less worried about losing the hi-hats when I go to a different sample bank. I think the other thing it does, interestingly, is it pushes me into having to build larger patterns, because particularly, as you say, with the Atmos sound, the fourth sound, you don't want that every every bar, you know, because I'm very used to building 16-step sequences on percussion. You know, it just goes round and round. I take a few things in and out, but you don't want that bang bang going on every time necessarily. I mean, you may do, but I don't necessarily.
Yeah, maybe in the very heavy moments, but not always.
Yeah,
that's true.
So it pushes you into 64 steps, you know, because you want that to come in every now and again as opposed to all the time, which is interesting. So I mean, I really like a module which is pushing me into different ways of working. Obviously, that can be a pro and a con, I suppose. But for this, it's definitely made me have to think more. What I don't quite understand, I have to say, is I don't understand the effects section. That has got me a bit baffled at the moment. I seem to be stabbing a button, and I'm not entirely sure what. But it's a question of opening the manual. I do appreciate that. But in far as intuitiveness, how exactly? I don't know if it's easy to explain. How exactly does everything route through the effects section? And what are you doing with that? Exactly.
Well, the effect section is kind of identical, let's say, or similar, or like the idea is similar to the Grand Terminal and the Milky Way and the Black Noir, you know. So at some point, once we started to develop, like 5 or 6 years ago, we started to develop the Grand Terminal with different effects, and it was kind of an interesting idea that since we have like all the development of our effects, so it's possible to combine some modules with that effects. The development of the effects was kind of super long, since like 4 years probably, and we're still like adding more effects. And it was like recent one was the reverse reverb. But the idea is like, of course, like there is a Grand Terminal, and it has 8 LEDs. So there are 8 effects, and the one LED that blinks, you just see the effects with it. Afterwards, with the Grand Terminal and with the Black Noir, and afterwards the Queen of Pentacles, it became kind of a bit difficult, because in a way there is not much space to put the things on the panel. So it's a kind of a compromise, which is a compromise. It's, I think, that such kind of a word that every manufacturer comes up with when developing the module or improving the module. So something has to be cut off, or something has to be like to cut in. I mean, we see even that famous manufacturers, even Roland or other, they just cut the functionality to almost maximum. So just because at some point it's also like the key to musicality. But anyway, so the thing is like, what changed from the Black Noir and Queen of Pentacles, there was like LED, and the LED blink was like green and red. Right now it is blinks blue and red. We worked with a few artists, and some artists, they were really asking, because some people, they don't really differentiate the colors, and the color spectrum between red and green is very crucial. It's almost everything is perceived as brown. So everything that is like blue, like everything that's blue and red, it's kind of located on another side of the spectrum. So we replaced their LED with another color, and we tried to, right now, all the new modules that we make, we try to make them as like less color differentiation as possible. So I mean, even if it is design goes to black and white, or you just there's completely colorblind or something, you can still perceive their effect, or you just understand what you're doing. For example, like right now we are like there will be like the update for the cockpit mixture. Right now it's not easy to redo all the designs at once, but at some point there is some kind of like, instead of like red green and red blue, that would be kind of our further step for simplifying their visual feedback for some people, and I hope it will be perceived good. And so basically, yes, so the problem was the compromise. The compromise, it's like we have like only like, I don't know, 1 inch of space, and you just cannot simply put a row of LEDs. You just not allowed to put the screen, or you just not cannot do anything. You just have one LED and just like show the 8 effects with it. So the LED can go like either red or blue color, and amount of the blinks show you the the effect. So if it's like blinking once, it's just once in blue, it is first effect, twice in blue, it's a second effect, and up to 4, because 5 blinks is like a bit too much, but 4 blinks is just pretty fast, and you just need there. The blinks, they are saved on the power off, so you are, if you are like kind of like life-oriented artist, you still get their perceivement, that is what kind of effect it is. And in the Milky Way recently we did the new feature, not like new, like super like breaking news, but in the Milky Way, because Milky Way has like 4 LEDs, they still share showing like 8 effects. And there is still like blue and red LEDs sometimes, like once per minute. It's like blinks once or twice, or it blinks in red or blue. Show like small reminder which bank you use, because we have like 2 banks of effects, and effects are like almost 16 unique effects. And if you will see that different other manufacturers like Erica Synth or some more other, they also like use some color coding. So, and color coding is kind of probably the most simple but kind of intuitive feature, just like you know which effect you are, but at some point, if you even don't know, you can still just explore.
Well, it's a complex business trying to design a user interface, I think, trying to squeeze those things in, because it's a busy module. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in this thing. Yeah, so I mean, one question that's always been at the back of my mind with you is where the aviation references come in. Is that something particularly special? Because I mean, not many people know this, but back in 1989 to 92, I was an air traffic controller. So I have an aviation background, funnily enough. And so it's always amused me that you have references to cabins and shuttles and all these bits and pieces. Is that deliberate, or is it just because it felt nice?
Well, I think, thank you for the question. I think it's just, it's a matter, I mean, the whole idea of the icons, and I mean, I think their aviation control, and especially the air traffic control, it's just like a same local community, almost like the Modular community that has own memes and that has own jokes and like internal jokes, and all that squawk dirty to me, and it was squawk 7700. It was just, everything was like, of course, like there, and in some way. So it's fun, and I'm of course, like as a hobby, I am also like. Sometimes I participate in some kind of different communities. I am participating also in a few video maker communities, because we are also like side part of Endorphins. Right now we are doing the video production for the music video for the artists. And but it was like also like one of my past hobbies. Of course, it was like kind of aviation, and of course like everyone was like likes traveling. And one of the initial ideas, I mean, of course, you just have your ideas, how the instrument is like, and afterwards you polish your idea. And I think it was like almost like 10 years ago when I came up with the idea of Endorphins. And it was like, right now we have like, we have October. I think on the like in November, exactly like 10 years ago, I registered Endorphin.es domain. I never was thinking that I was living in Spain or like relocating there. I was living in a few different countries afterwards, and afterwards just it was a matter of some kind of coincidences and the facts. So we just like came here, and I mean, anyway, so the icons that heavily used in the aviation, but it's also used in the traffic control, like in the vehicle controls, in the cars controls. It's probably the most simple way to describe describe their the function, because you just need to very long time to read the function if you just like place it something else. And if you are driving the car, you are kind of in a stress situation that you just kind of see the sign, okay, it's fully off, or just like only turn next, no one can turn, whatever. I mean, just like, you know, just the vehicles, just car signs is just super simple, and especially in United States, they are super like straightforward. In kind of in other countries, you can still like define them like in a few ways, but they are super straightforward there. And it was like also like it was part of the inspiration that the icons gives you like a very, very immediate perception of what you can get with the icons. I mean, sometimes they are maybe do it in an artistic way, but also like the note scales are also put lots of in the symbols with all the note 16s and all the keys. It's also kind of like the symbols, it's like there. So I was thinking like that initially, and still like after 10 years, we focus their modular to be like played live, because probably playing live is a very efficient way to play the modular, because in the live you have like your expression to make interesting things, just not like you're doing in a piano roll in your workstation. And even like right now with Julia, we do all the recordings just straightforward, recording like multi-tracks, but still everything is recorded live, and afterwards you just cut by pieces and so on. So I think in a recording live things, you have a kind of a very stressful situation. You are similar as you drive. You can drive like some drivers can be like you know, like fucking assholes, and you just be like very stressful sometimes, you know. But sometimes you can be relaxed if you have experience.
Yeah.
But I think the icons give your mind just directly talk to your unconsciousness in a way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, a live performance is always a stressful situation.
Yep.
And certainly because, I mean, Eurorack can be very small in performance. So anything which indicates what the heck is going on, or what control you should get to next, I think is a great idea.
Yep.
Oh, that's very interesting. Really interesting.
Yep. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I'm sorry to be the R's here, but we have a band already set up on stage, so maybe it's time to. Is anything else you want to tell us?
No, it's fine. I'm totally great. I mean, Robin, it was just a pleasure to talk to you. I mean, we never spoke before.
No.
I think we will continue to talk afterwards. And thank you so much. Thank you, Befaco. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mano, especially. He's here in front of me. We are in hangar. It's Barcelona. It's hangar. It's a very creative space. We shoot here the commercial for our ground control sequencer 1.5 years ago. It's just that place. We played here many times, played live and so on. That is mega creative space. It just explodes with creativity. So I thank you so much for inviting me, and I really looking forward for the next performances and all the rest, guys. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Great.
Thank you.
It's great to meet you. I should also point out to the people watching at home that that Manu isn't ignoring anything. It's just that he's over there. Andres is
exactly.
over there.
It's very weird. No, I'm looking at the screen, but Andreas it's like a couple of meters away, so it's like it's strange. So maybe I should move like this. Or, I don't know. Yeah, and then all the camera situation. It's always weird. Okay, so let's give a little introduction to the next band. It's a band. So today it's gonna be a heavily oriented band night. It's nice, and we have like three live sets that are 3 persons, 3, 3, and 2, which is very good with different instruments. So this coming next is Angry Kittens. Angry Kittens is a project. It's based on a collaboration with another project from Angar, which is Top Lab, and they are doing live coding. They are making music with algorithms. So they have this mixed setup with a couple of computers, with live coding and a modular scene. So let's go for that. We already have the lights off. The band is on stage, and let's go for it. Hey.
Sorry, you just caught me mid snacking.
Yeah, I'm envious. I'm envious.
That was nuts.
I also want
That was amazing.
I also want to
Angry
snack.
Kittens, they weren't wrong, were they?
Yeah, yeah, they were indeed. They were indeed. Okay, so I think that they have the microphone.
That's better. I can hear you now.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey. No, no, no. We're trying to have Ivan on the mic, Ivan on the mic, and now we lost you on the video. Ah.
Oh look, I'm perfectly
Just
with my bottle. That's just awesome.
look at that. Look at you. It's just like I post it on purpose just to like the best moment to post you. Okay. Of course. I mean that's my task to get your better side. So while we are getting the microphone with Ivan, I'm gonna also try to get you back into the stream. So we are having two technical problems at the same time. So yeah, 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 yeah. You're here.
Okay.
You're here, and I'm here twice. Yippee! But for some reason we don't have the microphone. For some reason. Okay, let's try. What's wrong? Why don't? Iván, sigue probando.
Hello? Okay.
Okay, so here.
It's maybe. Hello? Now? It's working? No? Hello?
So
Hello?
Robin, can you get Iván?
Yes, I can hear. I can hear it. Very quiet. People are saying in the chat.
Very
Okay.
quiet.
Now. I think now.
¿Puedes subir el volumen a Iván?
Okay.
Okay, Iván. Okay, thank
Yes,
you very much for this gift.
now I think
Thank
I
you
can
very
speak.
much for this ball of angry kittens
Thank you, Manu, for
fighting
having us.
in my garden.
Fighting in Angarden. Live from Angarden. Angry. Really angry kittens.
Okay, so Robin, what do you thought about this game?
Well, as I say, it was pretty nuts there for a while. I mean, that we had some sound was up and then sound was down, and it sounded like fascinating all the way through, regardless of whether it was distorting itself to crazy or whether we found the nuances later on. I think it was amazing. I mean, the visualization of it as well was quite stunning. I wasn't quite sure how things connected to each other. I wasn't quite sure how it all went together, but it was fascinating to see what was going on. I mean, not only was the projection projected onto the projecting screens, but it was also onto your back as well, which was quite fascinating. So were you? I mean, Manu said that you're live coders. I don't really know what that means, other than to assume you are coding as you go. But how does that? Can you talk us through any of that?
Yes. Well, right now we are basically doing live coding modular catnip, which means basically we have two computers. I was sending audio from my computer, basically doing real-time sound synthesis. I was using Super Collider.
Oh yeah.
And then my audio signal was being received by Lina's modular synthesizer. And Lina was actually getting the signal and processing real-time filtering, using reverb, using a lot of really cool modules. And then on the other side, we had Roger Pibernat, which was he was actually sending audio, but controlling via CB the filters and the models that Lina was also interacting with. So, and live coding, what it means is basically writing code in real time to create music or visual or any sort of artistic outcome, I might say. I don't know where to look, I'm sorry. That camera, sorry, I'm trying to look for a proper camera.
Yeah, our setup is
And-
breaking all the time.
And,
This
okay,
is real life.
this setting is more complicated than our setting in the table. But I don't know if it's more or less clear what we were doing.
No, not at all. I don't think that's a problem. I don't think it has to be clear. I don't think that's the point.
Yeah.
So I mean, so the projections were they live projections of what you were doing, or were they visuals created to accompany the music?
No. Actually, the projections were the real algorithms we were manipulating for
Excellent.
the synthesis and etc. Yes, exactly. That was the idea.
Yeah. Oh, that's brilliant.
So from our perspective, the idea is to being able to visualize what we are doing, what is happening, so people knows that we are not checking our emails account, for example.
Yeah, well,
or
even if
using
we
something.
cannot make any sense on
I mean-
what you are doing, we need to trust that you are actually doing something.
Yeah, but
and we
even-
do. It's believable. you know.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like a huge modular synthesizer full of cables, no? It's like...
It is basically as a modular synthesizer full of cables, exactly.
Yeah, and-
Somehow you make an image, and sometimes those images of what we are doing are more interesting than what is actually happening.
Yeah, it's the gesture.
It's a gesture.
Yeah, but I mean, I think if we engage with more than one sense, that's always going to add to the experience of what's going on. You know, I don't think that should take away from it at all.
No.
I mean, we so often just see, as you say, a bunch of wires with somebody twiddling some knobs. So it's good to have something more interpretive than that, even if it just seems crazy. I mean, the idea of coding like that just seems, that is extraordinarily interesting. Is it premeditated? Do you plan ahead, or is it just patched on the fly?
It's intended to be improvised. Right now we have some code already written at the beginning, but sometimes depending on how or what you want to do, you can basically write the code from scratch without any sort of premeditation, because previously we have some practice or some ideas, no? Probably it's really similar
Yes.
to music improvising, no? When you improvise with a guitar or with a modular, you have some previous experience that you use during the performance. But even though we start with some pre-written code, basically was more or less the feeling, what we were feeling, the flux, the ideas, the interacting with other musicians, and that's it, I think. Really,
So tell us a bit more about
according-
tell us a bit more about Super Collider, because I mean, my experience of it is very, very small. There was recently someone released an 808 drum machine, I think, on 808 day, could have been, or was it 909 day? Oh, now I can't remember. Which ran within it, and then you ran that within your DAW, or maybe you didn't. I can't quite remember. But it's an audio synthesis platform.
It's- Yes, basically
Is that
it is a programming language for live coding, not necessarily written for live coding. Actually, it was first intended for algorithmic composition and sound synthesis, basically. But then it has been extended to this type of practice, to live coding practice, because somehow, actually it was developed by someone named James McCartney, and he somehow let the interpreter, let's see the program, let's put it that way, that is checking if there are changes in the program. So the interpreter was running, and this property that having the interpreter running allowed people this has been around for more or less 20 years. So allowed people to basically change the program, change the algorithms while they were running. So, and it has been extended, so it's open source, so a lot of people has been writing extensions and extending the program. So actually, Roger, I don't know, Roger in your case, but I was playing with an extension that allows you to do actually live coding, which is
So it's not having to recompile; it's in real time looking through for changes and then implementing them.
Exactly, basically, it's like live, as it would be live patching with a modular synthesizer. But imagine that you can also tweak, like solve your models and change your models on the fly.
I can do that.
So that's like Manu modular synthesizer.
Yeah. Well, I can solder stuff, so you know.
While you perform,
You just got to
It is
wait while I
possible.
change this resistor value. You know. That's a possibility.
Always, yeah. Why not?
There's always crazy things to do. Why not?
Good. And let me check if there
I
is.
don't know. I can continue speaking and.
I know that you can continue speaking forever. But you are on the right spot. We also can continue speaking forever.
Yeah, we have.
I'm checking if there is any questions on the live chat. Again, please don't hesitate to throw the questions to the chat. We will be monitoring. Someone say that probably you are the geekiest kind of musicians.
Oh,
Do you agree?
We take that as a compliment, I think.
Seems that it was a
we do that?
compliment.
Does it has a happy face beside the comment? Or like a thumb down or an angry kitten?
A happy, yeah, kind of happy.
I think you have to start painting miniatures and rolling dice at the same time to really take it up to the next level.
Exactly.
I thought about rolling dice because of the true random or semi-random that computers can create. So yes, that's when when time finishes and you kick me out of being speaking here.
Well,
but it was a really nice. Actually, I would love to introduce Lina and Roger.
Yeah, please. So yeah, introduce the other part of Angry Kittens. Then we will introduce the next manufacturer that it's gonna be. You have 4 minutes.
Okay, well, that's a lot of time. Lina Bautista, she's a musician, live coder. She's also part of Top Lab Barcelona. We are a collective also based in Angar, and what we do is basically live coding and some of these extension, playing with modulars, kittens, and other kind of sort of things. And also Roger, which is over there, Roger Pibernat. He's also part of the community. He builds stuff, also great live coder, Super Collider player, also part of our community. And I don't know, what else?
You are
3 minutes for angry.
You are excellent beta testers, I have to say.
Also, we were playing with some.
With a secret thing.
With a secret thing that is going to be released
soon.
Ooh.
And I think no, maybe Manu can properly say if it's a collaboration between Befaco and
Rebel Technology. Yeah.
I was playing with.
We will talk about that later.
So they were a secret catnip I was playing with during.
Yeah, we are gonna get into the catnip business. That's how we lure musicians.
We have to expand. I mean, this new normality.
Yeah, well, it's fantastic to be on a place like this and have talented people around that will help you and give strong opinions on things that you are not that strong. So that's always nice, I think.
Where can we hear more about you? Do you have a website or a destination we can find more of your music, more of your musings?
Yes, we have. There is a YouTube channel of Top Lab Barcelona. We normally stream from scratch concerts, like algo raves, because we are a big community, so there are more really geek musicians in our community, and they're really, really interesting projects. Also, searching, we also are a community, which is toplab.org, which is the worldwide community of live coding. We are a node in Barcelona. And also looking for Lina Lab, Roger Pibernat, or myself, Ivan Paz, literally searching the names we have. We all have some stuff over there. mainly in live coding, modular, tinish related. So I would, if you listen to some of our music or anyone, we would love to listen to comments on Angry Kittens back, on anything.
Okay. Okay, well, guys, thank you very much for the performance. Thank you very much for the explanations.
Thank you, Manu and Befaco, for inviting us, for having us here. We have been really happy.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I think that we are gonna go to the next presentation after this ball of angry cats fighting in our garden. The next presentation is gonna be from Panda. Are you familiar with this brand, Robin?
Yes, well, in as much as the moon phase, I think, was perhaps the first time I came across them from Super Booth. Was that Super Booth? I think.
Yeah, most likely.
So yeah, I know I wrote that up for Gear News. So that is probably the first time I came across it. I'm trying to think. They do DIY stuff though as well. I think I've browsed through modules on Thonk. I think is because the name's certainly familiar, but it was the moon phase that seemed to leap out. Now I can't tell you exactly what that is.
Yeah, I think that they are doing semi-modular. Maybe what we could do is to swap the camera. Luis is already here, and maybe he can answer that question before starting his presentation.
I think it was part of there was a big sort of a drive for stereo filters at Super Booth, whatever Super Booth was.
Yeah,
and
so you are...
I think it sits around in that spot.
Yeah.
So yes, it'd be interesting to hear about it.
Okay, so hello, Luis. So you are already live. Let's check if we can hear you.
I don't know, can you hear me?
We can hear you, indeed.
Hello? Hi.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello, so yeah, maybe before you start with your presentation, can you answer this question to Robin?
Yes, sorry, what was the question? Didn't hear it. Yes, we do. Nice to meet you, Molten. We haven't got the chance to meet, like.
No, indeed. Hi, how you doing?
In an online situation. Yes, we do some DIY modules, and there is our distributors in the shop, in the website where you can check them out. Basically, where everybody sells in Thonk or here in Europe, Exploding Ship. Yeah. So that was the question, no?
Yeah, it was an easy one. It was an easy one. See?
Thank you.
We don't want to make you a hard life.
Not complicated questions.
Well, wait. Okay, let's wait for your presentation, and then we will come back with the hard one.
No.
Okay, so we are gonna leave you alone the screen for yourself. The stream is yours, and yeah, tell us show us what you got.
Okay, so basically, I want to talk about our module FMF. It still is not available, but hopefully it's gonna be soon. We presented in the last Super Booth Home Edition, but actually it's been changing since then a lot. We optimize it, and by optimizing it, we introduce a SD card to save the signals. So basically it's a dual CV recorder, CV looper. You can record CVs, and you can record also signals up to 44.1 kilohertz. Now it records 4 seconds, but we are optimizing. Maybe it's gonna be recording a little bit more, so you can use it as an audio looper too. And I have something prepared here, very basic. I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but it's very simple layout. Yeah. You have 2 channels, record button, play, and stop. Super simple. There is our LED menu, and we decided to go only one menu of in the level of submenu. So it's not really deep, complicated menu diving. We just wanted to go like very simple. You can choose the play if it's playing on loop or if it's one shot. You can choose the CV range, so you can record from -5 volts to 5, or you can select to record from 0 to 10 volts. Also now with the SD included, you can record your signals, load them, erase them, and it will erase them very fast. So if you record some modulation, then you can load another modulation and completely change the vibe of your patching. This is very helpful because with a small system like this, if you are traveling, then you are patching some modulations. So suddenly you get stuck in one modulation. It sounds good so far, but then you want to make some change. And like this, you can record your modulations, like 60 seconds of different modulations. And you can make a slice and scan this slice. So it's very versatile. And this way you can change your song in the fly. So let's go with a simple patch so we can see what I'm telling you. So I have to listen to a kick drum. So it's a small kick drum. So I'm going to introduce some hats. So basically, what I want to do is modulate a bass line. So I'm modulating with this LFO. So basically, I'm gonna hit record here, and this will go instantly recording. When I press record, it starts recording. Record again, stops recording. So you have all the modulation signal recorded here. So basically you can squeeze the size of the modulation and just go with the scan. So you have another modulation kind of there. And then you can change the scan and you have a completely different modulation. You have an attenuator input, so you can control the size of the gain of the modulation. I'm gonna make another, I'm gonna record another signal. This time, I'm gonna record different signals. So this is a sine wave. So now I'm gonna choose a sawtooth and hit record. So now I have in one screen two kinds of modulation, a sine wave and a sawtooth. I can, we have a speed potentiometer where you can multiply by 5 or decrease by 5 the modulation speed. And very cool thing to do is sending a trigger to the play input. So I can send some triggers and this will restart the modulation. So it will be on sync. So you can have like on sync modulations. And also you can, every input here, like speed, scan, everything it has CV input. So basically if you patch a CV keyboard in the scan, for example, you can set your windows of modulation by changing in the keyboard different voltages. So it's very good for performative or sample and hold to change different kind of modulations. I mean the imagination is on you. And so now this is kind of an example of CV recording. You have you can send a trigger to play, and it's gonna play one shot or it's gonna continue be on looping. And as I told you, you can go to save and then hit save, and you can name your new modulation and then store it in the SD card, or you can go, for example, and load new modulations that you've been recorded. So you can change in the flight your mood about the patch you're doing. And it's very easy to update. There is an SD card, so you can download the firmware, put it in the SD card, and while it's turning on, it's gonna upgrade it instantly. So I invite the users with new ideas. So the good ones, we're gonna listen to it, and we're gonna try to make them satisfied. Also, I want to show you how this thing behaves by recording audio rate signals. So I have this module here, which is a radio. It's from it's a guy, a friend. It's called Jonathan. He made this module. It's very cool. So you can. I'm gonna try to record some.
Cada 100.000 habitantes, alarma porque no sé. No sé.
So I record some signal from the radio. Then I can send some triggers and put it on sync. And again, you can save your signal and record a new one. And also, it's very nice when you use it to record notes. So, for example, you can patch a Turing machine here and then do a random notes. And then you can slice these windows of notes and make a pseudo-random by bringing them back this sequence of pseudo-random notes. I mean, it's very versatile, and I don't know what more to say. I think the basic is covered, and future videos will come and explaining more in depth about this module. Thank you. No tenía control de volumen. So I don't know how much time do we have. Oh my God! I should expand the presentation. It's not clockable, but you have the reset input. So when you send a trigger, it's gonna go on time with the, the reset input is very sync, it has no delay at all. So when you send a trigger to the reset input, it's gonna be like very precise where you want it to play with the trigger.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good. It you. Did you hear that?
No.
No? Can we hear Robin on the PA, please? Again, Robin?
Testing.
Check.
Incoming.
Yeah, you are.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I'll pose the question again then in that case. The question I had was that, what was the question? It was, yes, are any of the knobs, do they generate CV for recording internally, or do you have to bring a modulation source in from outside?
No, actually, yes,
no?
You
But
can
yes.
record just if you don't have anything patched here. This is attenuator, so it can send you either if you are set the knob from 0 to 10 volts or from -5 to +5. Just hit record, and then by moving this knob, you will start
Yes.
recording your signal. So you can see here the recorded signal just by tweaking the potentiometer. This is attenuator input, but if nothing is patched, there is a constant voltage patch to it in
Gotcha.
the input jack. Yes.
The other question then is the scanning on the screen. Is that CV controllable? Can you move that around via CV?
Yes, everything here is CV controllable. So you can, the CV inputs are from -5 to 5 volts. So you can move the scan and the speed with the CV input. Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
-5 to 5. Any way of choosing 0 to 10?
You can record from 0 to 10,
Uh-huh.
but the CV input is only from -5 to 5.
To 5.
Yes.
Ay, ay, ay.
You can attenuate that if you want.
I know. I know. I'm just being picky. Good. Audio-wise, how long can it record?
You can record right now. I'm going to say right now because we are working on optimization.
Always.
You can record up to 4 seconds on 44.1, or you can record 8 seconds, 22.05. So it depends. When you are lowering the sample rate, you can record more time.
Mono, right?
Yes, but it's dual. So if you bring in
So
stereo
it's
patch,
4 seconds for each channel.
yes, for each channel.
Okay.
So if you have a record mode which is sync, so when you have the record mode into sync, this when you press record is gonna expect a trigger to arrive to start recording. So you put a stereo signal into 2 channels, and then you press record. In both channels, you're gonna record a stereo signal to it, and it's really interesting way to do it because then you can change the window from each channel and modulate the speed, so you can have like a weird delay.
Okay.
If you can build your own delay by doing this, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Super.
So how does the screen relate to the 2 channels?
You can select, you can change. So basically, for example, now it's showing in the screen that we are in channel 1, but by pressing and rotating, you go to channel 2. So,
Okay.
Yes, and also if you press select and press the encoder, it will change automatically. Yes. Salud.
Cool. I mean, I find these sorts of things, incredibly useful. I did a review of the Erica Synths Fusion VCF, their new filter, and that's got a little record button, enough to give you, a couple of seconds of movement over the cutoff, and it suddenly frees you up because you become fixated on the cutoff knob. I find, generally speaking, that's my whole gig is on this one particular knob. But if you can just record the simplest thing, you can then move on and start doing interesting things elsewhere. So it becomes that sort of CV recording becomes it enables you to explore other things rather than getting fixated on one thing. And I think that's extraordinarily useful. But that's only a basic function, I think, of what your module is providing.
Yeah, I mean, CV is the brain of the modular system. So if you try to send a CV into a multiple and then feed this multiple to different parameters of your modular, and then be able to reset dark parameters, it's like a macro.
Yes.
Macro doing all kind of weird things, but controllable because you know where exactly you want to go back in the CV. Because normally if you put CV from modulation source, you have control in a certain way because it's constantly changing, and you are stuck into this modulation always. But if you record different kind of modulations in a window, then you have control in what modulation will control every parameter in certain time. That's why it's very useful for me. And basically, most of the, when there is a CV recorder, they're always stuck into the 15 hertz, so when you do a really fast modulation, it's very steppy, but modulating to FM or through zero or unit is very cool to have high resolution or sample rate modulation.
Can you save? Is there a patch system inside?
Sorry?
Can you save a modulation? So could you
Yes.
step backwards and forwards through different ones?
Yes. You can save the modulation, you can load, and it's instant load the modulation. Right. So you have 4 gigabytes, so if you have lots of memory to store your modulations. You can name it, or also you can erase the modulations here. You have in the menu you have file load, file erase, and file save.
Can you tell us a bit more about the moon phase? Because I remember seeing a little bit about it around Superbooth, but I've not heard anything of it since particularly. Can you give us just a quick recap onto its gorgeousness?
I will need to repatch something. 1 second, please.
Yeah, sure.
The best way is to show.
We are trying to change the battery from the cenital cam at the moment.
It will be, yes, I think it's possible. Because I was looking for a stereo output, but I can go straight away from the moon phase. Okay. I don't know if we can hear something.
Yeah, very subtle.
It's very interesting when you tune both oscillators. I'm going to try to tune them. Now, like, kind of tune, so you have this very gorgeous resonance when sweeping. If you decrease the stereo image, it sounds more like a super soft. But once you increase the imager, it's more rounded, the sound. The resonance is not compensated, but it's on purpose because then you can send some VCA. For example, from here. Different characters of the filter. It's very nice when you patch some stereo effects like delays, and this enhances the stereo imager of the effects like ping pong delays really increase or reverbs. But actually, it's really nice also to just use it as a normal filter.
Wow. It is indeed. Okay, more questions. I think that someone is asking, just you already did not release your new module, or someone is asking, what else are you working on?
It's bad luck to tell.
Are you listening to him, John? It's bad luck.
It's better to show when it's almost ready.
Yeah.
You know?
Or ready enough.
Ready enough.
I know what you mean.
Like almost in production, because when you are dreaming, you can be in trouble.
Yeah. Good. Okay, so if we don't have any other questions on the chat, or maybe you, Robin?
Do you have a price and availability on the Ephemera, if that's how you pronounce it? Ephemera. Ephemera.
Not yet.
I don't know.
Actually, and the name is a bit funny story, because when I thought about this module, I didn't want to include a SD card, and I mentioned it on the Superboot Home Edition, because I wanted not to rely on signal store and people just relied on the signals they'll save. I wanted to the people to be creative every time they use it. And after that presentation, I got like a bunch of requests from everyone. Why not at least the last signal recorded? What if I'm working in one signal and then I turn off the modular? So yes, at the end, it was logical. And yes.
So this is why you are not talking about the next project, just in case someone is giving you more.
And yeah, at the end, we introduced the SD, and we introduced new features like saving, loading. So that's why it was already kind of be ready by Superboot Home Edition, but now it's not, because we introduced all these requests. And which is good, because now that you can upgrade the module with a SD card, just downloading the bin and upload and automatic upgrade is very good, because people can request more things.
Yeah. And upgrade the model without suffering a little heart stroke. I mean, I'm having now the experience of trying to explain people how to upgrade a model, which is not like that straightforward, and it's mayhem.
It's cool. It's like presenting something that is not really exist. You're gonna have requests. Build a new model.
Yeah. The last question here on someone, it's really asking about the holograms. Chan.
That's why that's my lesson. That's why I don't want to present anymore something that is not almost ready. So yes, we are still working. It's not easy because it's 3 VCOs, so everything needs to be really perfect. We had some issues with temperature compensation, and being 3 VCOs is really important. So they have precise voltage if you want to use them with chords or something like this. So that's one of the reasons it's not ready yet. So we're gonna try another method in the next coming weeks with a different VCO circuit, and hopefully this VCO is gonna be much better in terms of temperature compensation.
Okay.
Because it's big and different parts of the PCB, it gets warmer. It's complicated.
Oh, really?
It's a hard one. So yes, we're still working, and we don't know when still is gonna be available, but we are working on it.
Okay, I think it's a satisfactory answer. Okay, so if you don't have any other questions, Robin, maybe we can say goodbye to this gentleman here. Any last thing you want to say to our live chat?
Yes,
to the
I
future?
want to thank Befaco to invite me and present. It's always a pleasure to be here. And thank you, Robin, and nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. All the best, mate.
Thank you.
Looking forward to that one coming out, though. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Ephemeral. Oh, ephemeral. That's right. Because I remember now the talk you had with DivKid, I think it was, and thinking about the ephemeral nature of it. So it's there and then it's gone. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. But fair enough. If people want something, you've kind of got to you got to give what people need as well as sticking to your artistic vision.
Yes, exactly. As long as it's reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, dude.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so I think we have the time to introduce the next artist that we have. It's he's getting ready. Maybe we should talk about a little bit more. Mira, here come on. So yeah, I think this was a very, very interesting presentation. You are gonna think that I'm lying, but it's the first time I see this module. Even if we are almost neighbor and then we have been going to have dinners and have beers. I did not saw the model. I know we had conversation with him about the problem, with the good thing of having other manufacturers in the city is that you can have these conversations, this suffering, these internal sufferings when you are trying to debug a code and the code refuses to work properly, or when there is this temperature drifting things. Why? So it's fantastic to have these beer drinking conversations, and it's therapeutic, I will say.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I found. I wrote both of these modules up for Superbooth. I was just trying to find. So trying to find where was it? Where did I see it? He actually did a video with Sonic State. That's where we had the original Superbooth demo for it, which is interesting. But we only really had a sneak preview. There wasn't a whole lot of depth at that point. That and both the moon phase as well. Yeah. So yeah, very interesting. That screen looks gorgeous as well.
Yeah, it is indeed. I think there is an art on placing a screen on a module and not screwing it up, not because screens tend to be like attention grabbers, and so yeah, and I think that he succeeded. It's just like having like a very simple representation of your cutting, and that's it. It's looking good.
Yeah.
I mean, we have been using that on the with the VCMC and doing like a menu diving thing, and at the beginning you think that it's a very good idea, which is. It's a good idea. It's very good for the module, but then the menu diving thing and this screen looking at you. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a struggle. I mean, we're all used to screens. We do deal with them in all sorts of synthesizer situations. But it's one of those refreshing things about Eurorack is there's not a whole lot of that about. And although we understand the necessity when it comes to functionality, we would all much rather not have one, really, unless it's just deliberately pretty.
Yeah.
Or if everyone has their Mordax data or whatever flashing away, that's fine because you're not using that in any other way than visually representing something as opposed to exploring some kind of menu. But, you have to do what you have to do in order to make something work ultimately. But yeah, I think you're always trying to compromise something when you have to introduce a menu to a screen.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it's a good fight.
Yeah, it is, and it's a fight that needs to be fought. I'm finding quite interesting with the decrease on prices on screens. It gives you new opportunities when instead of having like the classical 8-segment LED displays or using flashing LEDs, maybe you can place a very little small screen and then use that screen to give you very simple feedback on how the module it's configured without sucking you into a menu diving thing. So I think
Yes.
that balance when the screen is used as a useful tool to give you a user interface, a better user interface, I think that's the path, no, on this fight that you just said.
Yeah. No, I think so. I mean, one of the comparisons to make perhaps is I have the graphic VCO from Erica Synths, and I also have the the black wavetable. And I actually prefer the black wavetable simply because I'm not having to deal with that screen. I mean, the screen is nice; it gives access to all sorts of functionality, but it ends up, it feels like it gets in the way. And what I like to see on the screen, I like to see the developing waveform, which you can get, there's a scope setting. But to get to that, you have to press a couple of buttons and then scroll along and then press a couple of buttons. And it's like, oh, it's just, it has a level of frustration to it that just makes you want to play on something else. And that's a shame on an otherwise, it's packed full of wavetables, that oscillator. And there's lots of possibilities with it, but it doesn't flow quite as well because of the screen. Well, there you go.
Yeah. I haven't tried that model, but for the pics, I had the impression that it wasn't like abusing screen, like abusing menu diving thing. I mean, my impression was like, okay, you have a representation of your waves, some selections, not very intrusive. It's a picture impression, I have to say.
Yeah. No, but unfortunately makes it a little bit hard work.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, I don't know whether there might be in a more recent firmware, but when I was focusing on it, every time you turned the system off, you lost whatever it was that you had going on. So every time you turn it on, you had to re-find or re-choose the wavetable range and which wavetables you're using and all that kind of thing, which is interesting. But sometimes you just want to go back to your favorite sounding bit. And I could never find a way. Oh, no, they did introduce a snapshot feature, I think. But again, it's another dial, stab, dial thing to try to get to it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, tricky though. Tricky.
Tricky indeed. Okay, so the next artist is ready. Seems to. There is an image, there is some smoke over here, so let me keep this conversation for later because I think it's interesting. And let's introduce Puntalaberinto, which is ready on stage. She's gonna give us a mixed set as we saw before with code. She's using a couple of instruments with the Modular and to give us a drony experience. So
awesome.
We had some sound issues on the previous one, so please give us some feedback on the chat if you find the sound on the stream not doing perfectly. So yeah, let's go for it. Hello, can you hear me? ¿Me está llegando sonido? Hello? I think I hear you. Yeah, I think I'm hearing the stream. Do you have the stream on your side? Do you have the stream on? For some reason, I'm hearing the stream as well. Do you have?
No, you shouldn't be hearing that through my microphone.
No, because I'm listening to the.
There you go.
The 1 minute ago stream. I don't know from where.
Can people hear us? Are we all right? Are we good to go?
Oh, maybe. Okay, let's go then. Let's go.
Good, because I've got all this pent up. I see. I don't even have the words. That was stunning. That was totally.
I was overwhelmed.
Breathtaking. Yes.
Yeah. Now we need to lure Patri to talk to us, but she ended up and she ran away.
Oh. That's a shame. I mean, that was just magnificent. I thoroughly, very thoroughly taken with that. That was extraordinary.
Yeah, indeed. I'm getting the stream sound from somewhere. Okay, I found it. Everything is good. I found the source of my suffering. Okay.
You have too many buttons to play with. That's the problem.
My man. So if she's not here to explain, I can give a brief explanation to the people on the chat that couldn't see the setup close. So she had this hydrophone. I think it's called an hydrophone.
Is that the white crown-like?
Yeah, that you are playing with a bow.
Okay.
And then extremely processed, and then she had this electric guitar with a rubber thing, and so yeah, that and plus a quite complete system drove us through this super deep drone to this drone techno thing. I don't know how to describe it.
There's some pictures on her Instagram actually that are probably quite helpful, I imagine.
Yeah, just to know what we are talking about. No?
Yeah. But no, I mean, what a sound! It sounded to start with very dark. It seemed to be a very closed piece. You were kind of pulled right into it. But then somewhere in the middle, it just like opened up into this pulse of life, which I guess was kind of triggered as well a bit by the imagery behind, which changed from sort of outer space into something much closer. Just amazing.
Yeah,
totally amazing.
Indeed. Yeah, it's a shame that we're not gonna have her here because she's already outside. Anyway.
Well, that's okay. We'll just have to be enthusiastic on her behalf.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to know more about the system as a whole, where the sound sources were coming from, how she was mixing those together, and whether it was improvised or whether it was practiced or however she approaches these sorts of performances.
Yeah, that will be a lot of interesting questions to make, but knowing her, I know that is not too much improvisation. Most likely, yeah, some sorts, but I know that she is very strict on preparing things, and she can be preparing a gig for weeks. Even if she's a mother, she's taking the time, giving the kid to the father. Okay, now take care of the boy. It's also yours, and then yeah. So yeah, I don't think that there is too much improvisation in there. I don't think. And I have seen her now like 6-7 times live, and by far this is the best. By far.
Nice. I mean, how long do her sets usually go on? Because I could have sat there. I could have sat here for another hour. I think that was brilliant.
It was
it looked
30
great
minutes.
as well
30
on
minutes.
the stream.
30 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The visuals were astonishing as well. Like I spent half of the gig like this, like looking like.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry?
Fuerte.
Okay, it seems that I'm maybe here on the chat they can tell me if I'm sounding low. Can you hear me properly? Robin?
I can hear you. I can
Yeah?
hear you fine. Yes.
Okay. Okay, no, because they're telling me to speak louder, so I can speak a bit louder if needed. Okay, let's see. Anyway, yeah. So, okay, so after this magnificent live set, there is something I wanted to change in topics. That I
Yes.
wanted to say is this weekend it's full of streams and things going around, and one of the things that it's happening at the very same time is Synthfest in the UK.
Yes.
And as far as I remember, you told me that you were coming from the stream, so you have been on the stream with them. Now you are here with us.
Yes, I dropped into their stream about 4:30.
Okay.
Yeah, just to say hello, and Jamie Molten from Geosynths, who's running their live stream, is doing a really good job. He's been going since 2:00 this afternoon, I think.
Okay.
And yeah, just asked me a few questions, and we talked about nonsense for half an hour just before coming on here.
Okay. That this is a busy Saturday for you.
Yeah.
And tell us a little bit more about this introduction to Modular you are doing tomorrow.
Well, yes, tomorrow, 3:00 British time. So that's Sunday afternoon. I'm doing a Beyond the Basics, it's called. Beyond the Basics.
Okay.
Because last year at Synthfest, when we had it for real up in Sheffield, I did a seminar on getting started in Modular. So very, very, very basic. We built a tiny little synth voice together out of modules, plugged it together, and tried to understand what happened. So, yeah, really basic. So I explained a little bit what CV was, explained what pitch was, that kind of level of stuff. And so this year, I was hoping to follow that up at the real thing, but so we can't do that. I'm going to be doing a live stream follow-up seminar. So for about an hour, I'm going to start off with the synth voice we built last year, which was an even VCO, funnily enough, into a Joe filter, into a VCA with a modulator, with the Batumi, I think, modulating. That was it. So now, tomorrow, I'm going to add in a few more things. I'm going to add in another oscillator, add in a sequencer, and just kind of develop it a little bit. Not to suddenly jump into crazy logic or strange combinations of things, but just to ease along a little bit further. Because I think getting to the point where you have a synth voice is probably the first step when you're building Modular for the first time. You build an incredibly expensive mono synth, and that's your first thing. And when you want, what do I do now? And so the plan is, I think, to, like, for instance, I'm going to stick a maths in. I'm going to stick a maths. We'll talk about that for a bit, because that's a very popular module, and that can do different things. So we'll talk about envelopes, talk about LFOs, might do a bit of FM, going to do some detuning between a couple of oscillators, that sort of thing. So still very, very basic, but just bumping along to the next level for an hour or so tomorrow. So everyone would be very welcome to come along to that, and you can ask questions or get me to dance or something in the chat, and we'll see how that goes.
Okay. If I'm not too destroyed after this mess, believe me, I will be there. So I might ask you to dance.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
sure, no problem.
Yeah, looking forward.
Or people could say, what does this module do? And I'll fish the module out of the main system and stick it in, and we'll do something on that.
We'll see. We'll see.
Mm.
Well, see, I really enjoy the flow on your live videos, on how almost anything can happen.
Yeah. I mean, I can talk on any subject really for some time, and I seem to have got into the habit lately of upsetting people. As in, people ask a question which is really important to them, and I half read it because it's difficult to read the comments in the chat while you're talking, if you know what I mean. Trying to get that working is difficult, and it's always out of sync with each other. So I grab like half a question, get it the wrong way around, and then talk quite aggressively about a subject that the poor guy wasn't even asking about, and then they email me later saying, "Oh, you were so mean to me." So, oh, I didn't mean to be mean. It was just, you can only do what you do.
Yeah. Okay. We will see. I will be there, hopefully with more or less hangover. I will be there. I'll try not to troll you too much.
Yeah, be fine.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on. Let's see. Let's check the chat, which hasn't been too active. Someone talking about Rampage. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, it's a lovely model. Lovely. Okay, so since there are not too many questions, we have been talking about your Synthfest. I think that we could go to the next presentation, or at least start talking about the next presentation, which is by a brand called Befaco, I think. Oh, yeah. So Diego is around with a demo system. So maybe this demo is not only a Befaco demo. So this demo is a Befaco and Rebel Technology demo. So before going to the system and explaining listening to something, I wanted to tell everyone on the stream that we are so lucky to live in a city that like Barcelona, full of Eurorack manufacturers, and the last addition to the roster was Martin Klang from Rebel Technology. So he moved to Barcelona some time ago, a year and a half ago, something like that. A while ago, so he moved. He was running away from something that they told me that is happening in the UK. I don't know, like some political stuff.
Oh, who knows? Who knows what happens next?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, 2020 is so fantastic, It's full of adventures.
It is.
So yeah, he hid here in Barcelona. So he's been working with us, or not with us on our space, and of course conversations, opinions started. So we have started to collaborate and to design modules together. So
brilliant.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So he's been a little bit out of Eurorack game for a while, but slowly he's coming back, and we are now working on our first module. That is what we want to show you today. We don't want to show you what's coming on the future, as Luis Hikama said. That's like jinxing. Yeah. Jinxing the model. So let's talk about today. Let's talk about the present. So maybe we can swap to the three-way camera, and then we can see the synth that Diego has prepared for us. Okay, so here you have our beloved colleague Diego. Getting rid of the strains of society. So please, Diego, get the microphone. And so the model that we are going to be showing you today, it's called the Leech, and it's the new thing on the series of the OWL platform. I don't know if people know about this, the OWL pedal, the old OWL pedal, and then it was the old Modular. So we have made a Befaco version of it. And
I mean the OWL, I'm familiar with it in as much as the big sort of OWL eyes that come out of the module front panel.
Yeah.
And then it gets a bit sort of confusing, get a bit lost in the what does it do again kind of thing. It's full of pure data, it's full of programming possibilities, DSP and algorithms. It's one of those ones that makes you
that's something that's
ponder.
That's a conversation that we had during the development of this one, because how are you going to be advertising this model, no? What's the punchline on this, no? What's the description, no? Like okay, 4 words to describe this thing.
Yeah.
Programmable DSP, open platform, programmable.
I mean, it suits there's a market for it. There's people certainly who get really into programming their own DSPs and all that kind of thing. It's a perfect platform for that. And there's a few of them around, but yeah, it needs something more succinct, I think, to get it out there to other people.
Yeah. So our idea is to release this baby with a set of patches inside that will make the module useful. As is, you get it, you plug it, you use it. And then if you want to mangle and go wild with the online platform, then you can go wild, and maybe you could also do your own patches. But our idea is to ship this thing with already working modules that so you know that you're gonna have your effects and you're gonna have some sources. So yeah, I think it's.
So what would you liken it to then in that case? Is it like the Zoya? Is it like an OC?
Like this? I don't think it's gonna be the Zoya, because the Zoya has like this menu diving thing in order to do all the thing. It's not OC. The thing is that there is a library of patches already available, and then making new patches is, I would say, straightforward. 90% of the population on Earth will say, "What are you talking about, Manu? That's not straightforward." But let's say it's not rocket science.
Sure.
So I don't know.
Well, yeah, go for it. Tell us.
It's the old. So Diego, maybe instead of talking too much about the thing, maybe we could listen to the thing and see a little bit what you brought to us.
Well, I don't know if. Hello.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah. Hello all. Yeah, I have prepared a kind of a patch to show what we can do with it. It's a programmable module, so it doesn't. It's not representative of what you can really do, because it's very, very wide, and so it was very challenging to make a patch to try to show what the module really can do, because it can be a voice, or it can be effects, or it can be whatever you want. It can be a CV generator, it can be, I don't know, a quantizer, an oscillator, whatever you can imagine. You can program it in it, and you can make it in many languages. So for us, it was very challenging to show what you can do with it. So we have. Two of it.
Can you point at it? Can you point at it quite clearly as to which one it is?
This one is the leech, and also this one is the lift. We have two of them.
Gotcha. Yes.
We will use this one as a harmonic oscillator, where you have the fundamental frequency and then 7 harmonics of it. And here we have it as a effect. It's an effect with a reverb and a ping-pong delay on an aux end of the expander. So we are using it in both ways, as a generator and as an effect. And as a way of expanding it a little bit, and this is like the most exciting thing for me and for all of us, is we are controlling it from the BCMC. For the people you don't know what is the BCMC is a voltage controlled MIDI controller. It's a module we have, and it generates control, MIDI control, and it's able to send this control through the USB, and the leads have a USB host, so you can patch USB in the modular, which is kind of
patching with
bizarre for me, bizarre future, but it's what it is. So we are sending MIDI through USB from the BCMC to the leech. We are controlling all the bands of the harmonic oscillator. I think we can hear it. Yeah, here, this is the fundamental frequency, and the second, third, wait. Let me check. Yeah. So we have the fundamental. Here is an harmonic oscillator. For the people who don't know what it is, you are like decomposing a complex wave in the sine wave that obvious because you have all the bands in different faders. You have a tilt, so you can change the proportion between the low and the high harmonics. Yeah, you can change the point where the tilt is tilt. And then you have the classic, the tune feature you have in any oscillator. It's very nice for droning. Yeah. Also, in the other leads, in the other unit we have here, I have two patches. One is a reverb, a very, very silky, pristine reverb. Martin Clan have programmed for it. It's also available for all and for all platform modules. And it sounds like that. I will put it in Absent. Well, as it's a droning sound, it's more difficult to hear the reverb, but as far as you move a little bit the knob, you can feel the. Yeah. And as an example, I did a little patch here where I'm controlling all the bands on all the harmonics, each one on a different output of the Buchleiser. For people who don't know, this module is something between a switch and a sequencer, and we have different gate outputs for each step. So we have 8 outputs, and I'm sending these outputs directly to the CV control of this harmonic oscillator patch leads have inside. So if I run this sequencer, I can change one by one the volume of these bands on leech. Let me check. Something weird, but maybe the tilt. harmonics, so we are just going through the harmonics and making them up. Can I have more volume? ¿Puedes subir un poquito, por favor? Tengo aquí ya rojo y okay, so the melody you hear now is just a slicer with one gate pushing up each of the harmonics on the harmonic oscillator. All the sounds and all the effects you hear are from Bleach, from the two units. Keep the band. Now we'll try the delay. Just an example, you can do whatever you want, so it's very, very difficult to demonstrate because it's not really a module with something pre-made. It's a platform where you can program whatever you want, so what to demonstrate? The only thing you can demonstrate is the platform works.
So something else that we could talk about the model is the features. So the module has, as you could see, a USB host input. This is how the BCMC was connected. So yeah, BCMC was a MIDI controller. You could have used a nano control or other just to send the CCs. It has a MIDI device connector, then in and out audio inputs, a couple of CV outs, then 4 CV ins and 4 pots. Then 2 gate in and 1 gate out. Yeah, so with that set of features, whoever is already aware of the old platform, yeah, each module or each device has like different sets of features. So yeah, we choose these ones, we like them. And yeah, and this patch that Diego was showing, this harmonic oscillator, was a work by Martin as well, trying to offer a a nice set of sounds. No, as I said before, is we were focusing it as a multi-effects unit because it was the strong point of the old pedal. The origin of it all was the old pedal, and to have kick-ass sound patches, and that's super successful. It has a great sounding effects, but then we wanted to have some patches that will take out most of the features. There is also there on you could see on the module another nice feature is that it has an encoder and LCD just to tell you in which patch do you have stored, which is a very nice feedback. And yes.
Cool. I mean, what sort of patches does it have? You talk about it being multi-effects. So have you got, your chorus delay, flanging, that sort of effects? Do you have combinations of effects? Can you combine?
Yes.
That sort of thing?
Yes. The thing is that the memory of the module, it's the memory and the CPU is the limit. So with a little bit of knowledge, I'm not going to say it's straightforward, but with a little bit of knowledge, and if the patches are, for example, made in pure data is quite straightforward. So you could do copy paste. So if we are talking about like a couple of simple,
I can say I think it's not what we have really. It's what the
community,
the whole platform have. It's not.
It's
we are releasing the model with a couple of algorithms that are designed for exactly this user interface, but it's many. It's many algorithms you can just download, or you can just get into the device, or you can just download, modify it, and then get into the device.
Getting a couple of effects and maybe putting two mono effects and having one on left and another one in right, that's doable. Or getting a couple, 2 or 3 effects like I don't know, preamp or distortion things, and have like a little set of effects in series into the unit. That's also doable. I'm not going to say straightforward, but it's doable.
Yeah, sure. But, and then on the modular side, can it be any module? Is it like a disting? Maybe is that the thing?
Not exactly. In the disting, we have a set of features that are given by the manufacturer, very good ones, by the way, but it's what you have. You are not able to change this. But here you have freedom, and freedom is always something very nice, but also a problem, but a lovely problem to have.
Yeah. No, I understand that. I think what I'm trying to get at is I'm just trying to find a box for it, so you can dial up different things like you can on the disting. I appreciate you can put other things in, so it could be a source of modulation. It could be
sequencer.
A sequencer. It could be an oscillator. It could be all these different things. Is what I mean.
Yeah.
Because I think the difficulty in explaining it is that when it can be anything, that doesn't mean anything. You need to sort of say it could be this, it could do this, it could do this, and I think that might make it little bit clearer, perhaps.
It is, but, indeed. That's the big challenge, no? It's like
it is. It is a challenge.
It's like DSP, programmable DSP, open thing.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's always a problem with these sorts of modules because they are immense, but it's trying to nail down. Because, like you say, it's difficult to demo. Because what part of it are you going to demo? Because it can be anything, and that's
I think that a way to go, which is part of our intention, is to go kind of like the distinct way, which will be to pack the module with a set of features, clear features. Okay, so with this module you have a couple of effects, a very cool oscillator, a source of modulation, a sort of Turing machine. It's not what we are doing, but I'm just thinking out loud. So,
absolutely.
So
I think that would be useful.
So the key is that like offer something out of the box, because it seems that in this multi-thing world, a concept like this thing is successful. Let's say when you have the modular.
But disting, I think disting has been successful against itself somehow. In that with the disting X, I think now Oz has finally cracked it. Up to that point, we've all struggled with this bloody disting, knowing it's useful, but just sweating blood in trying to get the right thing out of it. Whereas I think he's kind of got it right, perhaps, with the new one. And that is the difficulty, the overcoming the interface to enable you to reach the features that are within.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. The module is physically into production right now.
Excellent.
But the set of patches is still being finished. Also, there are a couple of new features that are also in the making, which, if it's not gonna make it for the release, it will make it later. But yeah, this is something that we should do soon.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
We will never finish this module.
But
this is the good thing.
Yeah, it's an unfinishable model. We could change the name to the unfinishable.
Yeah, unfinishable. Never-ending story.
Okay, maybe we could take a quick look before changing topics. Let me show you the website. It's up here. So the Rebel Technology website. I don't know if you can see it on the stream. So you have this patch library where you have this bunch of tags where you can decide if you want envelope, effects, MIDI, reverb, stereo, modulation, generator, EQ, anti-effects, content, whatever. It has more than 250 different ones. So if you are into granular, so you have these 4 granular patches that some nice fella called Jose Fuzno made for us, or Canyon. The nice thing of this is that it's an open platform. So it's not only the patches made by a designer, by Martin or so. It's an ongoing thing. So yeah, it's as easy. We don't have it connected now. Maybe if I have a cable, we could try. Anyway, if I try, most likely it's not going to work because this is how life situations work. But here on device, you know how it means. You know, the cameras are failing, the connection is failing, my brain is failing. We are all failing. It's 2020. Yeah. So yeah, here on the device, you just connect to the device and then you start loading the patches. And it's that easy. It's what we were talking with Luis before. No, it needs to be easy for the user.
It does. Yeah,
it needs to, and this is very easy. The thing is that you can do this copy paste thing and try to do your own thing, but then you start browsing the 250 modulations. Venga, yoo-hoo, drone box encrypted, yoo-hoo. So you have weeks of going nuts with this. This is what Diego says, no? Like it's the best thing and the worst thing of freedom, no? It's like once you are free, you are not completely sure what to do with your freedom, which gives problems. You know, humans are like that, no? It's like, what to do with my freedom? Okay, I'm getting philosophical. So yeah. So yeah, this is the thing, and then updating the firmware is also straightforward. Everything needs to be with a web-enabled browser. So basically, it's communicating with this model, with Leech, but with all the Rebel Technology family, the OWL platform. It's connecting with CSEX. You connect the website will tell you, okay, do you want me to use this MIDI interface? Yes, please. And then start sending patches, and it works like a charm, I have to say.
Great stuff. Good to hear. And so you say it's in production, but we're not quite there yet because you're doing the patches. That's right, you said.
The thing is that this is something that happened to us all. So once it gets into production, you start to feel the pain, no? When something is stuck in customs, or something it was not properly done, or you order the wrong color of knobs, these little stupid things, and I don't know, a pandemic could happen, or and also the you never know, no, 2020. So right now, what we are focusing it's into getting all the hardware ordered before Chinese New Year's, which will be
Yes.
at the beginning of the year, and normally it's a mess because as they are closing for a month or something, we all manufacturers go nuts, and we start ordering like maniacs before they go on holidays. So as we are ordering like maniacs, they get overwhelmed by our orders. So you need to be ordering the February thing in November or October. I don't know. And if you fail, then you cannot reorder because they are stuck with the production of the new year, and then they go on holidays, and then when they are back on holidays. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I think we get it.
Yeah. You can see that I'm emotionally involved.
Yes, I can get that.
No, okay, sorry. So yeah, the module is in production, and so yeah, we just need to finish the firmware.
Yeah, nice.
That sounds
Nice.
brighter. So yeah, about the release date, I could give you a very positive estimation, but
Yeah, go for it.
But
We won't hold you to it.
I want. So if life is beautiful and there are no problems and we don't get our face smacked by reality, before Christmas we will have it.
Nice.
But you know how reality can be. So
Yes.
I'm not gonna promise anything. About prices, cheap.
Okay.
Not that expensive.
I mean, the owl is what? 300?
The,
350?
yeah, it should be on that range.
Okay.
You're talking about pounds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this should be like 300 plus taxes, something like that.
Okay.
Should be. You never know. And then the DIY should be under the 200 euros. We are.
Oh, that's what we like.
Yeah, it needs to be like that. We are also seeing that yeah, people if they want to get into a monster project, expensive thing, it needs to be a real monster. So
Yeah.
like a middle ground, I don't know.
Lots of surface mount?
No surface mount. Because the surface mount, it comes on the owl digital thing. It's a board with all the SMD that you plug. It's like a Teensy or Arduino, something like that. So that shouldn't be a deal. And then the DIY is going to be all through hole. So yeah, anything else that we should add? Like a very, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, what's next for Befaco? That's what we want to know. I mean, you're in the process of moving, aren't you? Is that right? Are you? What's your 5-year plan, man?
So yeah, we have been preparing this mess, and at the same time moving out of Hangar, and moving to a new location, and yeah, driving big trucks full of things, and unpacking and doing. So yeah, next week we should be moved, no, Diego?
Yeah, next week we are in the new place, so yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So next week we are in the place.
And is that a sense of expansion, or is it just a new space?
Both.
Ooh, that
Both.
sounds all right.
Both. No.
That sounds confident.
No, because we are growing, we are expanding, we are
Great.
more and more people on the Befaco structure, and Hangar people, yeah, they give us space, but they are not willing to give us as much space as we need. So we need to move. So yeah, and then yeah, it's going to be a completely new adventure. Away from a lovely place, but it's going to be the place to do modules like maniacs, and that's it.
So do you make most of your money through Nurlies?
No.
Well, you must do through me. I mean, I bought my first tin of 100 yesterday. I thought, sod it, I'm stuck. I'm done with these 50s. That's it. No more 50s for me. It's now tins of 100 from here on in.
Maybe we should release bigger cans.
titanium.
the titanium
Titanium Narlis.
Yeah.
Yes. We need a dispenser on the wall. Just
Like peth, no, like peth. Click, 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 and give you gnarly. Chop, chop.
yes.
No. It's not our main source of income. It's nice to have some little thingies here, some nurdlies, some cables, some this, some that. But where it's working, it's modules. We are lucky that we are making modules, and people like the modules, and the modules are sold. So yeah, that's fantastic.
That's all you can ask for, really, isn't it? That's all. That's all you need. That's all you're after.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Well, it's good that we also have this gnarly thing and that. I think that we are running late because.
Oh, sorry.
We are well. I could be talking for hours, and people are waving like, hey.
A party here.
Stop.
A real one.
Stop talking about synthesizers. Okay, so let's finish this. If you don't have anything else to add, maybe we can introduce the next band, which is called Yower. I hope that you are gonna stay with us for this gig, maybe.
Who, me?
You?
Yeah, I'll knock around a little bit longer.
Cool. Because most likely after this gig, we will have Mylar Melodies joining in.
Excellent.
So we will be welcoming him. But anyway, let me give you a short introduction about the band that it's gonna start soon. They are called Yower. They are 3 guys from a village close from Barcelona. They are one of these people that use instruments. Again, we are having people that use instruments and modular synthesizers. So, yeah, we are happy that the people are actually using the instrument to make music in musical things. No? I mean, we are only seeing people with modular synth cables, pew pew pew. So it's nice. It's nice to see bands that are adding modular synthesizers for their sound. So they are coming from the hardcore, but they are diving deep in the darkness, I would say. Okay, so let's go for them. Maybe we could turn off the lights and yeah, see this thing.
No ens vigila, ens distreu, s'hi deixa la pell, ens reclama la nostra atenció, preocupa de que estigui abstret, ensit l'ànima, l'imaginació morta, tant de bons vigilants, ens distreu, s'hi deixa la pell, ens reclama la nostra atenció, preocupa de bon vigilant de que estigui abstret, en sí, renovat l'imaginació,
as it didn't exist before I was born. It simply won't exist after I die.
I contemplate anymore by what death means to you.
What I think can only disappoint you.
That doesn't matter.
I think that just as it didn't exist before I was born, it simply won't exist after I die.
I contemplate anymore by what death means to you.
What I think can only disappoint you.
That doesn't matter.
I think that just as it didn't exist before I was born, it simply won't exist after I die.
Anymore by what death means to you. Anymore by what death means to you.
Wow. So, guys, you there? Did you survive the gig? Hey, no me escucho. No me escucho.
Nice.
Can you hear me? No? No, can you hear me?
You're very faint, Manu.
Yeah. Okay, faint. Then I might speak
Manu,
louder.
I think I muted you as well, which was a retrospectively a mistake, because now I can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself? So
I can hear myself on the PA. Okay, so this was something. I hope that you survived.
On my street.
Okay, well, first of all, welcome Mylar Melodies to the stream. Thanks for being here with us. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? I think we have lost him.
I can't hear you directly, Manu. Sorry, I can
No?
only hear you on the stream.
Yeah.
No me pueden
you
oír.
need to unmute on Skype, Manu.
Unmute on Skype. Unmute on Skype.
There you go.
What a concept. Mute on Skype. I have like 4 points of mute.
That's my new EP, Mute on Skype.
Okay, I will start again now with unmute. Welcome Mylar Melodies to the stream. Thank you very much for joining us.
Look at that DX7 t-shirt. Where's my DX7? I'm not even joking. Oh no, I put it outside. It was right by me.
I was trying to lure one of the guys from the band. So maybe we can ask a few questions about the setup. I don't know if you guys want to do a few questions.
I have questions.
always questions. Yeah, me too. The only thing is that I'm not sure if they are gonna be after the thing. How do you think, Raul?
Creative
you have for
exhaustion,
questions?
you know, they're spent, they've just got another, they can't possibly utter another word. Yeah, I know, I feel like that after every...
Yeah, that's basically what happened to Patrick, to Puntalaberinto before. After the gig, it was like no, completely impossible. Aquí. Here, you have a camera here. Sí. Oh, allí. Oh, fuck, sorry. Outside fuck.
Are you allowed to swear on it? It's your stream, man. You can say what
Perdón.
you like.
Aquí. Yeah, but there might be kids watching.
It's late. My kid is in bed.
Okay. Okay, so now we should have them. Sorry for the mess. Perdón. La cámara es aquella, ¿verdad?
Mira, aquí están.
Okay, so here we got the guys. Let's have them on screen. ¿Puedes darle la vuelta? So, I think that they can hear you.
Hello,
what a handsome bunch.
Yeah, look at this.
Guapos. Put your microphone closer. Súbelo.
Well, I'll kick off just by saying that was flipping awesome. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Being an indie kid at heart, a bit of guitar and synth stuff, absolutely, every day of the week. That was fantastic. Well done. Nice.
Thank you very much, Robin.
Yeah, we have been flipping out all the time with the gig.
I was not sure if Robin will stay till the end of the show. But...
Yeah, he stayed, and we only got a new guy. Look. I mean, it's Crowther.
Yeah, my younger, fresher replacement has arrived.
Older. Wish I had your hair, Robin. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was wicked. It's sort of the combination of guitars and synths and the sort of almost shoegaze vibe is. I feel I'm honoured that I'm wearing a Suns t-shirt, which feels almost appropriate for some of the moments that you have.
We love this band.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike, I might have a first question, which is sort of regarding what we just heard. To what extent do you improvise, and what extent is pre-prepared? And if it is sort of pre-prepared, what kind of space for improvisation do you leave yourself?
Okay, when we start the show, we know some places we will pass over, but the way we arrive till some points of the song are totally improvised at the shows.
Nice.
Yeah, like checkpoints. No, you know where you are going,
Exactly.
but you don't know exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What do the checkpoints look like? What sort of
Yeah.
notes do you give yourself?
So it has that the band are always looking at the eyes of each other to know when somebody are going to make a move.
Okay, eye contact.
Eye contact, yes.
How do you divide roles as well? Who does what?
Sorry?
Roles.
How do you divide the sort of the roles in the band and make sure that you don't step on each other?
Maybe it depends of the instrument on this part of the song. Not there are a director, so we decided regarding to the weight of the instrument in that part.
Okay.
Feel it in the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. It was surprising, and I've seen you guys quite a few times already. I think it's the first time I see Carlos playing the bass, no? No, or the second maybe.
No, I think they play the bass.
See?
Since
I thought that he was abandoning the bass, but no. No.
In the beginning, the idea of the band was don't introduce a bass, because our sound there was very, very dark and very, very
yeah.
And the bass have some play in the band, but when we go into the music, we think the bass was important for.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy that you are using bass and the guitars, and I mean it's like someone using instruments and synths. It's like these days it's like okay, or synths or instruments.
I mean, if I had enough hands, I would be absolutely doing all of that, I think. That tends to be the problem. Once you've chosen an instrument, no, not when you've chosen an instrument, but you can only play one thing at a time often. And so, you know, I have introduced guitar a couple of times into streams that I've done, but it's a whole extra level of faff on top of what you're already trying to do. So you need to do that in a group like you do, and that's just ideal.
Yeah.
But it's finding guitarists who don't mind synthesizers. That's the tricky thing.
Yeah, when we recorded our first album, we decided to record the album live in the studio. So then you have to decide between a guitar and a synthesizer. And for the next album, during the COVID, we have put a lot of synthesizer samplers, and now it becomes a problem to decide which parts of the song we would like to play live.
Yeah, the problem of too much free time.
That's it.
So how were you sampling the guitar? What was your signal chain, roughly?
El ruteo de la guitarra.
Well, for the guitar we use standard effects from guitar that we use in our last project that was a post-hardcore band, and we were very intensive, but we thought about routing the guitar between synthesizers, but we still haven't reached that point.
Yeah. I could have sworn there was guitar going on that was repeating after you'd put down your guitar. Maybe it was just part of the delay was probably still.
Yeah.
There's some loops of
guitar loops.
No? Yeah, we have a loop.
Yeah, we were expecting to say, no, yeah, I'm passing through this module, but okay, next album.
Do you have any tips for playing live? Like, what sort of lessons have you learned from playing gigs together?
Trucos? ¿Algún
Do you have any
truco?
sort of advice? You know, if people are thinking about doing this sort of thing.
No, we always enjoy and we always we are in a band only to have fun, and that's the way we always play, and we are not worried about selling records. That we don't sell records, obviously, but fun is the most important thing, and the show must be exciting for us, and we are not. We don't like to play exactly our records the way it was recorded. The recording session, it's such a picture of how the band is in that moment, but today's after the sounds different.
Okay. Having fun, then, it's the...
Always.
Yeah. Amen.
Amen to that, yeah.
It was exciting to watch as well. It was, so often with synthesizer stuff, it can be very closed, but you felt very open. It's not, you weren't thrashing the guitars or anything particularly, but you were just, the presence of you and the movement of real instruments all mixed in. I think it reconnects us back to a performance going on.
Yeah.
You had no visuals that I could see going on to make up for that, but you didn't need them because you were interesting to watch.
Yeah, I think that you get to the point there is like having a presence on stage. I think that the problem with the electronic music that we see is that normally it's someone hiding in front of a computer or hiding beyond a big synthesizer. So having like 3 people on stage, standing with instruments, and then changing the instrument here and there and doing some different things, I think it's what makes a difference. Yeah.
So when we finish our last project, we sell part of the backline and buy some synthesizers, and we don't know. Well, Juanma knows a bit, but Carlos Ayo and me didn't know how to play a synthesizer, so this is very exciting for us, and we are still learning.
Selling expensive guitars to get expensive synthesizers.
More or less.
Amen.
Good. Okay, so thank you very much for the gig. Thank you very much for joining us in this chat.
Thanks so much to Befaco and all the people, and Amber and Jose at the sound. And
yeah, they have been doing quite
very glad to be here.
Yeah, putting down fires. Good. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I think that we are gonna go to the next thing on the schedule. So the next thing that we have is a presentation by Transient Modules. I don't know if you are. I think I already told you. Yeah. So he has a video for us, but before playing this video, he is gonna say hello. He's gonna introduce himself.
Could I also just interject and say I'm just going to be leaving, I think, at this point. I just wanted to stay on long enough to see the band and to wave at Mylar from a distance. That's always nice. So yeah, I'll toddle off on this next bit, but I'll be watching. So
okay. Could you get out?
You've been doing a good job.
Can you get out doing a moonwalker?
What?
The moonwalker?
Can you moonwalk?
Can I moonwalk out?
Would you please?
No. Come on.
I mean, I can slowly just slide away. No, I can't. I hit my rug.
Okay. I will try again tomorrow during your live stream. Okay, Robin, thank you very much for being here with us.
It's been a pleasure, sir.
It's a fantastic pleasure for us, really. Thank you. Okay, see you tomorrow then, Robin, and yeah. Okay, so should we tune him in? Okay. Hello, Sergi.
Hi, Alex.
Hi.
Yeah, I did a video for my presentations, despite I really hate doing videos and especially editing them. I don't know how can you do it so often. So yeah, I just did a video of a few things that I did during this month. And yeah, after the video, we can discuss some things about them. So yeah, whenever you want, just put the video.
I think that we already say that it's a very nice t-shirt.
Hi everyone, welcome to this video I did for this 7th edition of the Modular Day that we used to do here in Barcelona, but this year, yeah, you know how the things are on Earth. So I will be presenting a few things that I have been working on for the last months, but first let me take about 30 seconds just to introduce my modules to the people who is not familiar with my brand and is watching right now this video. So from left to right, the 1F, a voltage controlled switch, the 2M, which is a dual mixer, the 4R, a 4-channel random voltage generator, and the 8S, which is a 8-step sequencer with control over a few parameters. Also, in 1 unit size, there is the Micro 2X, a dual buffer multiple, the Micro 3A, an offset generator attenuverter mixer, and the Micro 4R, which is basically the 4R but in 1 unit size. And now, as a new addition to the 3 unit size modules that I did, let me introduce you the 7J. Well, this is it, my module number 7, which is a joystick. Because I thought that it would be fun to have a joystick in my case, and I also wanted it to be compact, so this is what I ended up doing in 8 HP. And yes, it results that the module is fun to use if you like doing fast swipes as I do, or if you want to control 2 parameters at the same time of other module from the joystick.
Nice.
So now let me quickly show you some of the things that it can do. It has a manual gate generator on one side. The input jacks are normalized to 5 volts if there is nothing connected to them, so in unipolar mode it will only have positive values, and in bipolar mode it will have both positive and negative values, in this case from -5 to +5 volts. In this patch, 2 LFOs are patched into X and Y, so you can control the amplitude of the signals with the joystick, as well as adding offset to any of those axes independently using the offset potentiometers. So you could turn a bipolar LFO into a unipolar LFO, like in this case the X axis that you can see it's only positive, or the Y axis which is only negative. And that's all for now, since the module will have its own demo video on YouTube, and it will be available in shops very soon in both assembled or DIY options. So let's move on with the presentations. Portal is an Arduino shield, as you can see. It's for the Uno board, and it's basically for safely patching the signals from the modular case into the Arduino board. Wow! Since the target of this board is mainly developers, I will release it only as do-it-yourself kit, and these are some of the specs. That's all, and this one it is still under development, so there is not an exact release date yet, but yeah, I will be working on it. And now let's see the last thing that I did. Last but not least, this little adapter which connects a classic MIDI connector into a stereo jack, and I did this one because I think that it's becoming more popular to use this stereo jack for the MIDI communication, and because I needed something like that to work with the MIDI input and output from Portal. So as it looks good and it works even better, I decided to make this one available as well as a DIY kit.
Oh my god! Wow!
Well, I think this is pretty much all the news that I have for now. I hope that you liked the video, and yeah, if you want to keep updated about anything new that I do, you can always look for me on the social networks. So yep, see you next time.
Okay, so that was the video.
That's a very good video. I don't know why
Thanks.
you're giving yourself a lot of like stick.
Thank
I
you.
thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank
It
you,
was
thank
much
you.
more fun than my videos.
Thanks.
So you had a nice week making this video, eh? You should have been laughing.
No.
Did it take a week?
Yeah. Yeah. 5-6 days.
Wow. It is very fun, so it's good.
Thanks.
Worth the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to give us some more details about these new toys?
Well, I have here what I did. First the joystick. Yeah, this one is especially pretty tight. It will be available do it yourself, and yeah, I think it's the one that I did that I like to build the most. And yeah, I also did the portal, this Arduino shield, and this one, it was basically because sometimes I had ideas that I wanted to try, and having a hardware part like this that you can start trying things, it's good. And every time I had a new idea, I always thought like, oh, again, I have to work on the hardware part. So yes, I just did this kind of basic inputs and outputs thing to start to work immediately on new ideas. And yeah, this I think are the, well, because the connector, it doesn't have a lot to show, but yeah, the other two are the things that I've been working on.
Yeah, but the connector is a very simple, beautiful idea.
Yeah, it's surprising that no one. I don't know if you, Alex, have any question or something that.
Will the joystick be available as a 1U module as well? When I saw it, it was almost on its side, so I was like, oh, it's a 1U joystick. But could it be a 1U joystick? Would it fit?
No, it does not fit because of the size of the joystick itself.
The width of that bit,
but There is another joystick from the same manufacturer that I think it fits in the 1 unit size, and I'm leaving here the idea for other manufacturers. So not coming from me, but yeah, I will keep it just on 3U. So yeah, not 1 unit size for the joystick.
What sort of cost will the joystick be? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, it will be around probably 160 euro assembled, and I don't know yet about the DIY, but yeah, for the assembled units it will be 160.
Would it be quite a bit cheaper for DIY, do you think? And obviously, Befaco, you've got a joystick, haven't you? I shouldn't be...
Yeah, but it's playing on a different league, I think. It's bigger to start with, and it has a spring that goes back to the center. So on the joystick world, there is like these two bands, no, like the spring and the springless. Yeah. So
yours is for kind of like excitable little outbursts.
Yeah, it's some people want to have everything on its spot, and then when you touch the joystick, it's just to do a change, to do something in X and Y, and then drop it, pum, and comes back to original sound. But some people prefer this kind of joystick just to search for your place and then leave it there.
Yeah, those are for different utilities. Yeah. Now that I did this one, I am missing a joystick that has the auto return to the center. So yeah, they are still.
You cannot have everything.
Yeah. Well, in Eurorack you can have everything. So yeah.
Good. Okay, and then I think that this Arduino thing, I find it quite interesting,
it's
but
for the
super
Arduino
geeky, I have to say.
What?
Super geeky.
Yeah.
What's it for? What would I do with it?
Well, it's mainly for developers that know how to code and write code. So if you had any idea about, for example, things that you can do with this one, you have the MIDI input and the MIDI output, so you could write some sort of code that distribute on different MIDI channels the incoming notes, or you could have a clock divider. Yeah, it has analog inputs, analog outputs, digital inputs, digital outputs.
I think that will work very well for workshops. Like a little part of solder your own shield, and then a little part of do your Hello World Arduino synth related thing.
I guess that part people do it most at home, probably.
I'm a workshop oriented guy. I cannot help it. Sorry.
But yeah, this is mainly for people that likes trying things with little programs. Since it's the Arduino Uno, you cannot do too much DSP or waveform generation in terms of audio rate. But yeah, you can still try a lot of things with it, and it's the most Arduino board, the most common Arduino board. So I guess a lot of people have it at home, from the pro developers to the beginners. So it's a nice option to start to try to work with new ideas.
It is indeed. Okay, let me check if we have something on the chat. Okay, you already talked again about the 7J, the sound, no sound. Some people were having problems with the sound. Chan. Anyway, seems that there are no questions from the chat. So if you don't have anything else to add, Alex?
No, that was my questions.
Okay, so yeah, thank you very much for showing these little thingies.
Yeah, well, thank you to you as well for organizing all this, and to the audio technicians, to the camera technicians, and to the bands playing. So yeah, every year it's nice to be here in the Modular Day that we do in Barcelona. And yeah, now we have a band playing, I guess.
Yes, yes. After you, we will be presenting a techno set by Nyion-k.
Yeah, well.
And then after that set, we will have a set by Mylar Melodies. So we're gonna have quite a nice end of the night with techno.
Okay, then I say goodbye to everyone watching us. Yeah, see you next time.
Okay, ciao. Now I cannot hear me. Yeah, I'm back. So yeah, again, Alex, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Yep.
It's nice to be in Barcelona.
Yeah.
It's the furthest I've been in a very long time, I can tell you.
Yeah, although the weather is not very nice these days, but yeah.
Not here either. But
yeah. So the plan for now, it's gonna be we are gonna have, as I said, a techno set by one of the local artists, and then what we can do is, before having your set, maybe we can discuss this set, and maybe you can explain us your workflow and things. And so
I've been making changes as well, and those we're always making changes. I very much hope the changes are going to be good. Otherwise, I'm going to embarrass myself in front of all of you. And but that's part of playing live, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, for me, the most exciting part is changing the system, like rearranging and then trying it again and again and again. In fact, when I get comfortable with a system, I normally get bored. So then I put it back and put it back again.
Yeah, you never want to pigeonhole yourself. That's and always keep it changing. But it's difficult when you've got something that's good. I've been sort of like trying to remind myself not to mess with it too much. So we'll see. But we can talk about it later.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if Sergio is ready. Sergio, are you ready? ¿Sí? ¿Puede alguien apagar la luz? Because we don't want to listen to techno with the lights on. Okay, so let's go with Sergio and be back with you in half an hour. Well, well. That was quite something, eh? Okay, can you hear me?
That's pretty sweet. Manu, don't forget you're muted on Skype.
I'm always muting on Skype. I don't know why.
No, you know you're a professional. You've unmuted.
I'm the unmuter.
That was wicked.
Indeed, Sergio Nyion-k is always giving it hard.
I like the simplicity. It's just sort of, that is proper techno, obviously, where it's just like simple. You don't need much. You just need that sort of foundational kick. I was sort of, as you saw, I was like put my sub pack on during his set, and was like, when I put it on initially, I was looking at the screen and my eyeballs were vibrating. So the screen was doing that. I was like, this is good. I feel like I'm in a club.
Yeah, we had to EQ during the gig because here we don't have a good sub bass on the PA. So yeah, maybe to the string it was coming out a little bit too much.
There was sort of a 40K, the kick at 40K was like there, but that's techno.
It is. That's what it is. That's what it is. It would be nice to have him here talking, but he ran away outside to smoke.
Fair enough.
So
it's that thing of being, he's just spent, so he can't do interviews after that.
Yeah. It's not the first one. We have a couple of other ones that say that no, I need to run.
Drained. It is draining. Like I would say, playing live, you always feel great afterwards, but there's no kind of concentration like when you, especially that is, I should say, if you're like doing, I'm sure as he was doing, is like the improvisational where you're working stuff out. It is exhausting. I find like an hour is the kind of, at the end of an hour, I am like, I have nothing left. And also when you're playing and you look at your watch, you think like, oh, I've been playing for 40 minutes. You look at your watch, it's been 10 minutes. And you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, the time, I call it the time accordion, no? And the other way around.
It is the sort of, I've had a theory as well. It's like there's a little, whenever you perform on stage, there's a mini black hole that just sort of goes like, and just kind of appears. And the presence of that black hole means that time moves slower for you than it does for the audience. So it's important to take your time and slow down. And I'm, when I play this, I'm guilty of that. Like I get some comments from people like, you're changing things too fast. Or slow down. I'm like, fair enough.
Okay. So maybe we can go and check your new system. I think that there are quite a few people on the chat that it's really looking forward seeing what are your new things.
And the thing is, you don't. Like, we were talking about this earlier. Like, you don't want to change too much. Like, you cannot. If you've, especially with modular, it's about finding like your niche and the magical combinations of modules that respond to the way that you want to act. So it's like, I've always made changes based on having played and thought, when I played, I actively thought, I wish I could mute all my drums off at the same time, and wanting to do that has meant that I've added in like the mute, so the stumm from Future Sound System, so that I can control groups of stuff, because I have your fantastic hex mix. Shout out to the hex mix. My goodness, and I'm not just saying this because I'm speaking to you, Mano, but it is, that would be the module that I would keep. If I got rid of everything else, I would keep that, because the mixer it's a really good mixer.
Thanks.
But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, do you want to actually see the system?
Okay, maybe some people on the chat will really enjoy that.
Yeah, especially if I'm supposed to play it. Hang on, my microphone is attacking me. This is why I always stay behind the camera. Let's be honest. But now I'm free.
By the way, for everyone on the chat, just take this chance to ask all the sort of questions to Mr. Mylar Melodies. This is your moment.
Yeah. So I'm going to take you with me. Can you see this? Yeah. I'm sort of
It's shaky, but it is.
Yeah, I have shaky hands. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to try and hold still.
It's the age.
It's the age. It's the age. So what I have done, basically my live system, for anyone who's not seen it, is kind of like a live techno and sort of electro. I do like the kind of, you know, housey chords and sort of, I like kind of dark techno like we just heard, but that's not exclusively kind of what I do. And so this is a system that was designed for improvisation, and it has sort of drums, lots of drums. We have 3 voices, basically. I have the Atlantis now, which is the kind of, you know, amazing IntelliGel voice, which is great, and the Platts, which is musical instruments, is amazing voice. So those are kind of the core at the moment. There's like bass, and then there's like chords and everything that Platts does. And then you've got sort of new addition back into the case is a Kemi's Taiko, which is a sort of FM drum module, and it can do, I've got it kind of doing zingy sort of weird things, but it can kind of do sounds and chords and, well, chords, but sounds. And I suppose, like, if there was one takeaway I've learned from my system is to try and have it so that with the minimum of input, then the most amount of things change. And I would say I'm not doing a kind of extremely good version of that, but I've done, my sort of concession is that I have a sequencer, and actually I changed, this is a sort of a test, hang on, sorry. I've changed my sequencer from the Metropolis to the M185, which is by the person who created the sequencer that inspired the Metropolis. So it's a sort of a full circle device. It's the guy who inspired the Metropolis is now in Eurorack, and the M185 is similar in certain respects and different in others. But basically what I'm doing is I use that one sequencer and I send the M185 to control both the Atlantis and the Platts. And by doing that with one sequencer and gating those voices differently, you can kind of get 2 things going on that sound musically related. And then I can just squiggle the dials on the M185, and then both things change. And actually, Jake from the, who is M185, he did me a special firmware which I've tested, and I think when we need to make another test. Basically, the calibration was off, which is a quirk of the one that I have. I have an old, like a prototype unit, but for, you know, just to say, it's sort of, it does suit that kind of workflow. Actually, there is some nice stuff in it where it basically will hold a level if it's not making a gate, and that means that you could kind of use it to do, it's, without sort of going massively into it, it just does make life easier if you're using one sequencer to control multiple voices. And I've got like loads of drum triggers, and I've got some drum modules. This per call, which is from a company called Befaco, really good.
So those guys are from South America, no? Something like that?
I think so. I think so. They've, yeah, I think so. And they make exceedingly good modules. The per call, I'm not doing enough with it yet because what I needed to do, I want to put in a ring modulator. And I figure, you know, if you have a nice ring modulator, I figure I can use like my oscillators from the Atlantis and like the Taiko and maybe some other like Platts' aux output. And what I'll do is I'll combine some of the sort of voltages into a ring mod, and then I'll send that into per call to kind of create a zingy sort of extra percussion that is related to my oscillators. Does that make sense? And
Yeah, it does.
I just haven't got a ring mod, and I've got a distinct, so I should just use that. But yeah, and then Verb, mimeophone for effects, the new kick all. Again, this company Befaco keep like finding the way, and this is great, which is a kick module, and it's got a very lovely low full end.
I hope that it does the job of a kick.
Yeah, I think it definitely does do the job. So you'll hear that in a sec.
Good.
And then just other bits and bobs. It's not. I think it's just the moral is try not to give yourself too much to do. This looks complicated, but it's actually really just the simplest I could possibly make. And what I don't do is I don't do anything really clever where, like, you know, some of the people I admire do things like where they could kind of almost just turn one knob and everything changes. And I'd love to have a bit of that. And one thing I did try to do was I've got the cheering machine, And what I've done is I've got the Turing machine going to control a bunch of the drum stuff. And I was going to kind of send it into even more things and then put it under the mutes from DivKid so that when I flick a switch, then random voltages get sent to lots of things at once to make everything kind of go haywire. And I kind of started wiring that in, and you have to sort of, excuse me while I adjust this, you have to sort of try it really, don't you? And just sort of see, well, that musically works, because it's one thing to sort of think to yourself, oh, it'd be cool if I did this, but then it's quite another for it to actually sound any good. So I kind of, that's, you know, that's how you do it. How I've done it anyway is just like set it up. You know, you have an idea on paper, you set it up and you play, and then when you play and you go, that's not very good or that's good, you make changes, and it's you can only do that by playing. It sounds obvious, but I think a lot of the time it's quite easy to just spend your time on forums kind of asking those questions when it's like actually you just need to be doing it yourself.
Yeah, the time that you spend like posting and replying and replying and replying and replying, it's like you could just use it.
Could have just got one. And like, it's like, I mean, it's like asking what the best filter is, which is always a good question, but it's the one that you like. You like best.
Exactly, or the one you have.
Yes, indeed, like cameras, it's true. I need, I could do with more filters, little filters. Can someone make a 1U filter? That would be really helpful.
1U filter?
Yeah. Can we have like, I don't know, like breakout cables with a knob on the end so that you don't even have to have the knob on the panel.
Yeah. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay,
so yeah, I don't know if people have any other questions, but yes.
I'm gonna check if some of the kick-ass musicians that we have on the chat has clever questions, because I most likely will be doing not that clever questions.
Also, we've got Adrian from Wishbone Brewery in the chat. And somewhere here. There we go. Adrian's, this is Adrian's beer. Shout out. He has a beer called Bleep, which is just perfect.
Yeah,
so,
indeed. Okay, what I will suggest is that maybe we stop talking about music and just listen to
music.
Yeah, and we're all looking forward hearing for your set. That is,
thanks,
all the artists are here waiting, no, like this.
I feel slightly
pressured.
Just a little bit. There's like quite a tremendous amount of musicianship that's been shown over the last few hours. But I think I'm gonna copy the chap earlier who just said the key point is to have fun. So I will enjoy myself.
Yes.
Which sounds indulgent, but that's the only thing I can do.
Yeah. At least.
So, am I going to steal your stream from you?
Okay, I'll gladly give it to you. So,
how do we do this? You're going to give me a countdown on on WhatsApp, not on. Or I suppose you could do it on here because it's almost.
I put this on. Okay. Vale. Okay.
Are we live? Are we live? We are live. So, Manu, I'm going to mute you on Skype. Hello, everyone. I'm going to kill you. I may just hang up quickly. So, here we go. Good grief. I feel I'm in control, which is, cool. So hello everyone. My name is Mylar Melodies. I have a modular synthesizer and I'm going to play it for you. Excuse me while I set up. Yeah. So here we go. I thought I would introduce a bit of extra audio into my system, as I like to do, and it will help if I turn on the channel.
Organization 2 years ago, and he explained me this, that they tried, they really tried, but people were just refusing to collaborate.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. I mean, I guess you get noise level troubles as well. I mean, last year I think it was, I spent some time with Endorphin on their booth because I was very interested in the Arbor and the other one I can't remember the name of. But next to them was that little AE modular, is it? The little small format, little wires modular.
Yeah.
I can't quite remember. I think it's called AE. Anyway, this little thing anyway. But they had some big speakers, and the guy who was doing it was just banging out this techno. I mean, it was relatively good techno. It sounded great, but it was huge. I'm trying to talk quite intricately about this granular thing, this slow take delay. There's this
Manu, let me know if it's working.
Surely we're at a point, we're all grown up.
You can turn it up if you like.
Pushing it a little bit hard. You've got to just chill out a little bit for each other.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just gets too difficult.
Yeah, maybe I think that the headphones-based event, it's alright, because I don't have a strong opinion on here. I just have it's pros and it's cons, of course, but it's not as funky. Wow, the sound. What about that? Because you're tuning your kick to the resonance of the hallway. That your kick is fatter than your neighbor kick. But you are just screwing with your neighbor. So, but then with headphones, I think it's this experience when you are really interested in listening to this model that has these little details, these little thingies, headphones. So we have 2 headphones, and I have my little mic, and then I'm giving you a nice, relaxing, properly listened demo. I think it's something. It's very difficult to get it done, but in the theoretical world.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure it's always a challenge, whichever way. But I mean, the beautiful thing about it is get the opportunity to say the people behind the stuff, the people who made it, usually, and that's a rare one opportunity. Get those of us who aren't going, those of us who watch the coverage, you do get a sense about it because you have Kid or Sonic State or doing interviews with people, and you are talking to the real people, during the demo, you're getting that interaction. It's not just a sound demo of it's a conversation.
Yeah.
That sort of coverage, I think, has been doing a fantastic service to the larger community to witness those things.
Yeah, and you know what? From the commercial point of view, of course, now on these events, it's very nice for the brand, but for the person in this event, just enjoying everything around the event, like this, that hey, you are close, let yourself go a little bit and this person and this other, this conversation is easier. Someone will wait there and then have a story
Well. By my blood red watch, it is over 30 minutes. Manu, I'm going to hand back to you in a sec, so I will call you on Skype. He's not answering, ladies and gentlemen. It's just me. It's just you and me on the Befaco stream. It's fun to be given the keys to the castle. What else can I do when I'm logged into their stream? What mayhem can I wreak? Much mayhem. It's a good thing this plays forever. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yes, Manu, I'm going to stop. Okay. So I'm going to do your 3, 2, 1, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. This is going to be it. Get ready. 3, 2, 1.
Not having audio. We're not.
Si. Oh. 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 We can just hang out and chat. Fine.
Yeah, okay.
Si. Oh.
Oh, it's son ellos. Now we have a band. They're getting ready. Thanking everybody that's been for these hours on the stream and everybody that's been working. So to finish the night, we are gonna have a band performing out of. They are called Fiera. They are coming from the south of Spain, and they are kind of out of the official list. But yeah, we're gonna have them ending up. So I think that we are gonna say goodbye here. We are gonna finish the stream with music instead of with people talking.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, dude.
It's all about music.
And honestly, we really think that next year we are able to do the 8th Modular Day with all the manufacturers, all the artists, all people like you gathering here, eating paella. And,
yes, please.
And just
that last bit especially.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say also, and getting wasted. But paella first, getting wasted then. It's a good, I think it's a good, it's a good thing.
Extra paella at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Keep the paella for the second day. Okay. Yeah. Alex, again, thank you very much. Everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who's working really hard to stream over hours and hours and hours. It's a crazy amount of work. So thank you. And thank you for everyone watching and following along.
Okay. Thank you very much. People from the chat, thank you. We leave you with Fiera and see you next year. Ciao. Man, thank you.
Sí, oh.
¿El bajo salía por pega también? Ok. Yo estoy. ¿Vale? Venga. Ok. Vámonos. Venga, vámonos. Del tirón. Del tirón, ¿eh?
gritando, gritando en la calle, de puerta para adentro, gritando en el coche, seguro pendiente, pendiente seguro, pendiente de perla, ese cheslón me viene de perla. Leche de soja, muebles de Ikea, discos de saldo, para internet, cerveza fresquita, con mi cliente, luego un cubata y medio gramito. Sola, cada vez más suicidio, cada vez más suicidio, cada vez más suicidio. Más malo judío, más malo profeta, más malo blanquito, más mierda en la tele, más carbones con soja, con leche de soja. Y la ruina, camisa de fuerza, ya no se tira, ya no se tira. Te mando un icono, qué perro tan lindo, más mono, que polla más gorda, rellena de botox. A mí tú me dejas, que yo ya doy mi voto. Comida ecológica, un diente de oro. Mierda cariño, secado el poto. 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 Puerta del baño, un graffiti que pone, en la plaza hace falta una guillotina y un bar de chicote.
Gracias. ¿Me traéis algo de beber, por favor? ¿Alguien? Agüita, lo que sea.
Siéntese muerta, esto perro, como persona, persona, como perro. Quédese quieto, hazte el muerto, mi niño bonito, mi perro pequeño, perro. Come del plato, persona, come del suelo. beso de regalo. Sé que me entiende, se quedará a mi lado mientras yo lo trate bien y sea un buen amo. Persona como perro, perro como humano. Todo para ti. Los demás son muy malos. Póngase el bozal y quédate callado. Come un poco más. Pienso del caro. Yo te lo llevo suelto y a los demás bien atados. Te quiero como si fuera mi hermano. Perro, come del plato, hermano. Come mi mano. Come mi mano. A ver si esta vez no me abandona. Está pasando por un mal momento. Por eso no obedece, por eso está violento. Perro, come persona, persona. Cómete el perro.
Gracias. Drawhands.
Tengo drogas, tengo ¡ah! Tengo drogas para aguantar toda la noche, toda la noche, toda la noche, toda la noche, toda la noche. Apunta bien, apunta bien, apunta bien, apunta a la sed, apunta a la sien. Tendrá que ahorrar un poco de material. La seguridad no está garantizada. Abrir después de enfriar, manejar la situación, manejar con precaución. emperador. Armario empotrado, enano cabeto. Cómete tu vaca, cómete tu mierda, cómete tu vaca, cómete tu mierda, cómete tu vaca, cómete tu mierda, cómete tu vaca, cómete tu mierda. Bonita de patio. Tapita doleza. Con morandi secando. Me inclino, me la mete y respiro muy fuerte. Bonito, despacio, más despacio, por favor. Cómete tu vaca, cómete tu mierda, come tu corbata, cómete tu mierda, come tu corbata, cómete tu mierda, cómete tu pata, cómete tu mierda, cómete tu mierda. Y sangra y revienta.
Yeah. Disciplina.
pesadilla. Pila para el perro, vida congelada, filtro de la fe, arroz mineral, pienso raro para dentro. Collar para mando, blanqueador mental, Red boys, red girls, red boys, red girls, red boys, red girls, discipline, discipline, disciplina.
Bueno, estamos acabando casi, ¿eh? Pero ahora sigue la música, ahora sigue la música. Que acabemos nosotros no significa que acabe la música, ni acabe el mundo.
soy racista, pero tú aquí has venido a que no te bautizan, sí, no no soy racista, pero estás en mi sitio, te comes mi pan, te bebes mi vino. Yo no soy racista, pero no me fío, no es por ti, tú eres buen tío, yo te entiendo muy bien. Oh, hay que comer, después lo demás, primero lo mío. Soy racista, de verdad te lo digo, no sé si me explico, no soy racista, no soy racista, no soy racista, no soy racista, no soy racista. Yo no tengo trabajo y tengo 4 chiquillos.
Sí. Ah. Eh. Ah. Ah, sí.
queridos padres. Esta noche vamos a hacer un tour por el Club Bar, donde todos los chicos malos van y tratan de abandonar sus cuerpos usando varios métodos, cualquier cosa que sea necesaria. Cosas a las que no están ustedes acostumbrados. Por eso les he equipado a cada uno de ustedes con su propia cámara individual, de modo que puedan sacar fotos de estos chicos malos haciendo sus cosas malas para los periódicos de mañana. Así que enseñen sus 15 pavos y prepárense para entrar en el club. No llevamos aquí ni 30 segundos y ya veo un chico malo haciendo cosas malas. Está chupando de un globo. Pero no es un globo normal, padres. Es un globo lleno de un gas llamado óxido nitroso. El gas de la risa. Pero esto no es cuestión de risa. Cámara lista, prepara el flash. Por aquí tenemos al pequeño Johnny y la señorita Susi, fumándose un canuto. Eso no puede ser, ¿verdad, padres? Creo que debemos tomar fotos de estos dos. Cámara lista, prepara el flash. Por este otro lado tenemos unos chicos que han sido muy traviesos. Han traído su propio alcohol a la fiesta. Creo que no. Cámara lista, prepara el flash.
Muchas gracias.